I fitted drains and read Filth for a living, and that morning I woke up already beaten for it. 2 weeks before, I had drained a flux outbreak nobody paid me or asked me to touch. Reeve Kasich Vantor stood over me, reading an exile sentence for the same cover-up he had buried with his own hands. Sil was already named on the crew ledger as the price of it, 13 years old and worth nothing to anyone in that square but me. The market smelled of wet grain and old fish, and under it, always, the smell that had gotten me here. My knees were in the mud between two guards, and the whole night soil crew stood behind me in a ragged line, watching a man read my name off a page like a grocery list. Stall queue had stopped moving to watch too. Nothing draws a crowd in Souls Cross like a public beating with a verdict attached, and Vantor knew it and used it well. Sil stood at the front of that queue, with a guard's hand already closed around her thin shoulder. She was not crying. She had her chin up and her eyes on me, doing the thing she does instead of panic, which is go very still. Her mother had died of that same flux 2 years back, coughing black into a rag in the very ward my drain was built to save next, and I had looked after Sil since without ever once calling it that in front of anyone who might turn it into leverage against either of us. A second guard read her name off the same ledger page Vantor held. Bond security, he called her, for my unpaid indenture, and started walking her toward the cart they used for processing runaways and debts. I have moved a lot of mud in this life, and the one before it, and I can tell you exactly how much force it takes to shift a man's attention from a page to a person. Not much if the person is 13 and about to be loaded like grain. Vantor did not look up from the page. He finished the sentence in the flat voice of a man who had read 100 of them and expected this one to go exactly the same way as the rest. Then he crouched, and with his own hands, not a guard's, he took my tool roll and my notebook off the ground beside me. He held them up for the crew to see. Evidence, he called them, of unauthorized interference with a crown drainage matter. The notebook had 3 years of chemistry folded into it, half in a shorthand only I could read, and watching it disappear into his coat hurt worse than anything the guards had done yet. Vantor's own granary had cracked its footing that season, on ground gone soft from runoff nobody would admit was seeping under it, and a grain contract with Cordell wrote on nobody counting bodies until after the ink dried. I said the date out loud before I decided to say it. 10 days past the second new moon, I said, is when the first body came out of the lower wards. That is 2 weeks before my drain went in, I told him. You wrote the burial order yourself. I have seen your own seal pressed into the wax on it. He told me to hold my tongue, and a guard's boot found my ribs to help me do it. I did not hold my tongue. Say the date, I told him, in front of the crew. In front of the stall queue, you are so proud drew a crowd for your reading today. Old Fenn's voice came from the line behind me, low and steady, the same voice he used to teach me which pits killed a man slow and which killed him fast. Answer him, Reeve. Every soul here already knows the shape of it. Vantor's jaw worked. He looked at the stall queue, at the crew, at Sil frozen half onto the cart, and did the arithmetic of his own exposure faster than I expected him to. 10 days past the second new moon, he said, and the square went so quiet, I heard a chicken shift in its crate 3 stalls down the row. 2 weeks, I said again, before my drain. You buried the record instead of the outbreak. You let it run so the grain contract would clear before Cordell asked why Souls Cross had gone quiet about its dead. That is slander against a crown officer, Vantor said, but the flat certainty was gone from his voice, and the crew heard the difference in it as clearly as I did. He had run this crossing 6 years and never once answered a number in public instead of assigning one. I watched it cost him something he could not buy back with a beating. So he ordered a second one. Teach the drainer some manners, he told the guards, and step lively about it, since today has turned into a day for lessons. 2 of them came for me at once, and I curled around my ribs and waited for the boots. The way you learn to when arguing is no longer a tool available to you. Old Fenn put himself between the nearer guard and my back before the first kick landed. He was 60 if he was a day, and he took the boot meant for my kidneys across his own instead. Leave the boy be, he said. You have your date. You have his notebook. Take what you're owed out of an old man who has nothing left to lose that you can find. They obliged him. I heard it more than I felt it. 3 solid hits, and a 4th that made a sound I did not want to know the meaning of. Under the noise, something in my chest went strange and cold, and asked me, very clearly, to name a place. I had no place to name. I had a market square, a boot in my ribs, and a girl half-loaded onto a cart. Whatever had spoken got no answer from me and went quiet again, the way a knock goes quiet when nobody comes to the door. A guard hauled me up by the collar and walked me backward, away from Old Fen, toward the low stone wall that kept the crossing's main cesspit from spilling into the grain stalls. I had built that wall myself 2 summers back. He meant it as a corner. Cesspits do not smell like victory to anyone standing near one, and he wanted me pinned against the exact thing I was being punished for, so the crowd could enjoy the symmetry of it. I had spent 3 years of this life, and most of a career in the last one, learning precisely what a wall like that one sits on top of. Trapped gas does not care whose sentence is being read over it. I kicked the loose capstone at the base of the wall, the one I had never gotten around to resetting properly, and felt the crust give the way it does right before a pocket vents. The guard behind me was holding a torch he had no real use for, except to look official. I grabbed his wrist and put the flame where the gas was already rising to meet it. The flare went up blue and fast and stinking. Not large, but large enough, and it took the eyebrows off the nearer guard and every ounce of everyone's interest in holding still. Filth becomes power, I thought, in exactly those words, because a chemist's mind reaches for the label even while the rest of him is already moving. Syl was moving too. While every guard in the square flinched from the flash, she twisted free and dove. Not toward me, not toward the road, but back toward Vantor's table. I shouted her name and meant it as an order to run. She came up from the table with the crew ledger page still clutched in one fist, the page with both our names on it, and only then did she run toward me. I grabbed her under the arm, and we went, not gracefully, through a gap in the stalls that a fish cart had left when its owner abandoned it to watch the show unfold. Even running, some idle part of my head priced the abandoned cart's wheels. Good axle work, worth more than everything Syl and I owned between us, because apparently terror does not switch off the part of me that prices things. Behind us, Vantor's voice climbed back into its flat command register, ordering the line held, ordering the crew searched, ordering someone, anyone, to explain how a night soil man had just set the Reeves' own evidence wall on fire. I did not look back at Old Fen. Syl did once over my shoulder and went rigid in a way that told me everything I needed to know and nothing I wanted to. We ran the alley behind the tannery, then the drainage cut I had dug myself the summer before, because I know every low place in that town better than I know my own hands. An onion seller did not stop us. A boy chasing a loose goat nearly did, by accident, and Syl hauled him out of our path by the collar without breaking stride once. 2 guards followed us as far as the mill bridge before a supervisor called them back, and I understood why before I let myself feel any relief. Vantor wanted the crew punished in the square, not 2 runaways chased through a marsh, and we did not slow down long enough to test that theory either way. Drainage cut past the mill had rotted its footbridge down to 3 sound planks out of 9, and I read the good wood at a glance and walked Syl across on exactly those 3 without either of us going in. First time all day, my actual trade did either of us any good, I told her, and she said, "Don't sound so surprised. You're only useful sometimes," which was fair. The marsh road out of Soul's Cross is not a road so much as an argument between mud and ambition, and we took it anyway, because every other road ran past a checkpoint that knew my face by now. Syl's breath went ragged before mine did, which told me something about how long she had been holding herself together before that morning ever started for her. I asked her what she had gone back for. Once we had enough air to spare on questions, she held up the ledger page and said, "This has both our names on it, and I was not leaving it for him to sell." "That is not a runner's job," I told her. "That is a courier's job, and you nearly stayed in that square to do a job nobody asked you to do." She looked at me like I had said something stupid, which, on reflection, I had. "I know exactly what job I have," she said. "You are the one who keeps forgetting I have one at all." "Count Old Fen's debt too," she said, quieter. "We owe him now. That's twice today I've kept a straighter ledger than the Reeve ever did with his whole page of names." I priced our situation out loud, the way I do when I do not want to feel it directly. 2 silver marks between us, 1 stolen ledger stub, no tools, no trade, and a girl who runs toward danger instead of away from it. "Could be worse," she said. "You could still have the notebook, and then Vantor would know everything in your head is also written down somewhere." I laughed before I could stop myself, which surprised us both and cost me a jolt of pain through ribs that had strong opinions about laughing right then. We heard the second wave of trouble before we saw it. a rider coming hard down the road behind us, and we went to ground in the reeds until the hoofbeats had passed us by. It was not for us. It was a courier headed the other way, toward the crossing, and I understood only later, from a trader who had watched it happen, what he was riding to report to whom. Vantor's men turned the crackdown on the crew that had let us slip the square, and old Fen, already hurt from taking my second beating, took the worst of what came after, and did not walk away from it standing straight. I did not know that yet, with the certainty of having seen it. Only the cold shape of what a man like Vantor does when he has been made to answer a number and needs someone smaller to answer to instead of him. Syl went quiet in the reeds in a way that had nothing to do with hiding from the rider passing above us. We kept walking once the road cleared, because standing still in that marsh was its own kind of danger, and because neither of us had anything worth saying that would have helped the other one just then. By the middle of the afternoon, my ribs had settled into a steady ache I could work around, and Syl had stopped flinching at every bird that broke low out of the reeds around us. Inventoried what we actually had left, out loud, because naming things is the only prayer I know that reliably works. 2 silver marks, 1 ledger stub, 2 sets of hands that know how to dig, drain, and build something that lasts past a season. No trade guild would take a man Vantor had branded a saboteur. No town within 3 days would risk a Reeves grudge over a stranger and a runaway girl he wanted back. We are not looking for a town, Syl said. We are looking for somewhere already too poor and too stubborn to care what the crossing thinks of either of us. She was right in a way I had not managed to be all day, and I told her so plainly, and she accepted the apology the way she accepts most things, by filing it away and moving on without ceremony. We reached the boundary marker at the edge of Soul's Crossland, just as the light was failing, a lump of gray stone nobody had painted or tended in a generation, and I put my hand flat on it. Past that stone, whatever had happened to us was no longer the crossing's problem to fix, and whatever we had lost, there was no longer the crossings to keep or to sell. I had a notebook with 3 years of my old life's chemistry folded into it, gone now into Vantor's coat. I had a tool roll that took me 2 years to earn back after I first woke up in this body owning nothing at all. I had neither of them anymore. I had 2 silver marks, 1 stolen ledger page with both our names inked on it, a girl who had run toward danger and come back holding something worth having, and 1 debt now open against a Reeve who had just learned his numbers could be checked in public. Somewhere behind us, a man I owed everything I knew about this work was paying for that lesson in a currency I had never agreed for him to spend on my behalf. I filed that debt next to the one I now held over Vantor, and promised myself I would never let either one turn me into a man who spends other people to balance his own books, the way he just had. Syl asked where we were sleeping. I did not have an answer ready, only a direction, north and away, toward marsh country nobody was standing had ever bothered wanting for himself. I did not know yet that finding anyone willing to take in 2 strangers who smelled like a cesspit would cost us 3 more days on 2 silver marks and empty stomachs. I only knew Vantor now owned a number he could never again pretend not to know. We crossed the marker together, into land with no name I knew yet, carrying nothing that would keep either of us alive past the next few days, except the one thing Vantor could never confiscate off me, which was knowing exactly how filth works, and what it could still be made to do for us. 3 days out from Soul's Cross, an arrow found the gap between my collarbone and my ear, before I ever saw the woman holding the bow. Hasbo a hands where I can count them, she said, and I put both of mine up slow, because I have never once talked my way out of a situation by arguing with a knocked arrow first. She was fox-eared and quick-eyed, crouched on a fallen log with the bow drawn full, and she had Syl Mark II, a second arrow already resting loose against her knuckle for whoever moved wrong first. Scouting our water, she said, or thieving it, and either one ends the same way out here for strangers who walk up on a warren instead of walking wide around it. We are not scouting anything, I told her. We are 3 days from starving and heading nowhere in particular, and I would very much like to keep both my ears attached to my head. She smelled me before she answered, an actual visible flare of the nostrils, the kind you cannot fake. You reek of a cesspit, she said, worse than a cesspit. You reek like you live in one on purpose. That would be the trade, I told her. Drains, mostly, and whatever a drain leaves behind once it has done its work, which is why I smell the way I smell. Muckwitch, she said, not quite a question, more like she was trying the label on to see if it fit, and from the look on her face, it fit well enough to keep. Still, who had not said a word through any of it, finally spoke up as Sorrel motioned us forward. He is always like this, she told her. Smells a problem before he sees it, and cannot help announcing it. You get used to it, or you do not, and either way, he keeps doing it. Sorrel's mouth did something that was not quite a smile. Sounds exhausting, she said, and did not lower the bow even slightly. She marched us in at arrow point rather than let two strangers wander loose anywhere near a water source, which I understood completely and resented only a little. I smelled Bramble Hollow before I saw a single den mouth, and I said so out loud because keeping my mouth shut about a smell like that has never once been in my nature. Open pits, I said. Inside the den, ring itself, by the strength of it, and probably more than one, judging by how the wind was carrying from 3 directions at once. The woman's arrow did not waver, though something in her face did, just slightly, the way a person looks when a stranger has correctly named a thing they thought was hidden. Sorrel is my name, she said, since apparently you're staying long enough to need one for me. Elder Bracken decides what happens to trespassers who guess correctly about our business. Last human trader my Warren trusted cost us more than I am willing to explain to a stranger on his first hour inside our boundary, she added. So do not expect me to warm to you quickly, just because you can smell a pit from downwind. Elder Bracken turned out to be a badger-built woman with claws. She kept blunt on purpose, and eyes that had clearly already decided most of what she thought about me before I opened my mouth. One night, she said, once Sorrel had finished her report. As guests, not residents, and you leave with the sun unless I say different, which I have no present reason to say. Spitsenchen doi sere. Dawandi kai havasas ave ein bindawanditser. I've watched 3 different strangers promise this Warren an easy fix in 31 years, as Elder Bracken added, and buried the cost of believing all 3 of them. You get 1 night, because Sorrel vouches for your manners, not your miracles. I am not selling a miracle, I told her. I am not selling anything yet. Give me 1 night and judge me on whatever I have actually done with it by morning. That is fair, and I said so out loud, because a Warren that lets 2 strangers who smell like a cesspit stay even 1 night without proof of anything is already more generous than Sorrel's Cross ever managed for me. A child's crying carried from somewhere behind the council ring, thin and worn down to almost nothing, the sound of someone who has been sick too long to cry properly anymore. That is Padrig, Sorrel said, before I could ask. Widow Hala's grandson, fevered 3 days now, and the physician's draft has already failed him twice this week. I asked to see him before I had decided to ask, the same way I had said the flux date out loud in the square, without deciding to first. Bracken's claw tapped twice against the tally stick at her belt, a habit I would later learn meant she had made a decision, and intended to own it. Sorrel takes you, she said. Nobody else. Adrig was maybe 7, skin gone the color of old tallow, sweating through a blanket that 3 different people had clearly already changed twice that morning alone. Widow Hala sat beside him, gripping a wooden cup like she meant to strangle it, and she looked up at me with the exact hatred reserved for anyone who smells like the thing that might be killing her grandson. Get him out of here, she said, before Sorrel can say a word. I will not have a stranger's filth anywhere near this child while he's already fighting for his life. Reima trunch getzotain chan. Eins dysendergi ein keen eines empfais. Filth that stopped fixing itself 2 weeks too late once already, I told her. I would like the chance to be early this time instead. She did not answer that, which from a woman who had just ordered me out was closer to permission than refusal. I knelt by the boy and did what I do, which is not medicine, whatever Hala wanted to believe. I read water the way some men read faces, his breath, his skin, the color under his nails. This is not fever from bad air, I said. This is fever from what he is drinking, and I would bet every silver mark I have left on a spring that sits downhill of an open pit. Sorrel's ears flattened before her voice caught up to the reaction, which I would come to learn was always the honest half of her, arriving first. There is 1 pit close to the near spring, she said. We have always dug them close. It is easier on legs that do not want to walk far from a den mouth after dark. I do not need to explain that to you, I said. I need 1 night, and whatever hand tools this Warren owns, and someone who trusts me enough not to put an arrow in my back while I dig. Nobody trusts you that much, Sorrel said, but I will stand there anyway and make sure you do not do anything worse than dig. Hala stood between me and the door before I had taken 2 steps toward it. If that spring stops running because of you, she said, I will see you thrown past the boundary marker myself, sick child or not. If that spring keeps running the way it is, I told her, you will lose Padrig inside the week, and you already know that, or you would not still be holding that cup like you mean to drown someone in it. She let me pass. It cost her something visible to do it, the way giving ground always costs a person who has spent years deciding never to give any. Sorrel walked me to the pit line with a lantern in one hand and a knife in the other, and made it very clear which hand she would use first if I gave her a reason. The pit sat exactly where instinct had put it, close to the den mouths, close to comfort, and close enough to the spring line that a blind man could have smelled the mistake from the council ring. I traced the runoff by lamplight, on my knees in mud that felt almost like home after 3 years of this life spent learning exactly how mud behaves. The channel needs to run there, I told Sorrel, pointing at a low seam of ground that would carry the runoff wide of the spring instead of straight into it. Downhill the other way. It wants to go there anyway. It just needs help. You talk about mud like it has opinions of its own, she said, watching me trace the seam with one finger like I was reading a letter instead of a hillside. Everything has opinions if you listen with your hands instead of your ears, I told her, and started digging before she could decide whether that was an insult to her intelligence or not. She watched in silence for the first hour, arms crossed, knife still loose in one hand, the way you watch someone you have not yet decided is worth trusting with your back turned. By the second hour, she had picked up a second spade without being asked, and started widening the far end of the cut herself, which I noted and did not comment on, because some wins you do not narrate out loud. We hit a root shelf near the halfway mark that stopped the channel dead, and I priced the delay out loud without meaning to, the way I do. 2 hours lost, maybe 3, against a boy who did not have 3 to spare. For a moment, I thought we had lost the whole night to it. Root and rock both, and the two of us just stood there breathing hard over a channel that led nowhere useful yet. Sorrel put her boot through the root shelf on the second try, cracking it clean, and said only, keep digging, which from her, I was learning, counted as encouragement. Hala came out twice in the dark to watch us work and say nothing, which was its own report on how frightened she actually was underneath the threats. We broke through to the low ground an hour before dawn, and the runoff took the new channel the way water always takes the easiest path once you finally give it one. I packed the spring's intake with clean gravel, while Sorrel held the lantern, silt settling out of the water in front of us in real time, going from brown to merely cloudy to something you could almost trust to drink. Sorrel tasted it before I could stop her, which I would learn was exactly her method for testing anything she did not trust me to be honest about. Better, she said, like the word cost her something to admit, and went to wake Hala rather than send anyone else to do it. Padrig's fever broke a little after sunrise, not all at once, but the way a fever breaks when the cause has actually stopped rather than merely been masked by a draft. Hala sat with her hand on his forehead for a long time before she said anything, and when she finally spoke, it was to the 2 neighbors who had gathered at her door rather than to me. He is cooler, she said out loud in front of both of them. He asked for water an hour ago and kept it down. I have not heard him ask for anything in 3 days. One of the neighbors, a broad-shouldered molekin named Corbin, looked at me the way you look at a thing you were told to be afraid of that turned out to be useful instead. The other, a young hairkin woman named Sedge, said nothing at all, only went and fetched a cup of the new water and drank it herself in front of everyone, which said more than any speech could have. Hala came to me at the pit line, with her hands empty for the first time since I had met her. No cup, no threat, nothing to grip. I said things to you last night I am not proud of, she told me, in front of Sorrel and both neighbors, which cost her plainly and which she paid anyway. You said what a frightened woman says, I told her. I have said worse to better men for smaller reasons. Sorrel's suspicion did not vanish. I want to be clear about that, because trust built in one night on one lucky fix is not the same animal as trust earned slowly. But something in how she stood near me shifted, from guard to something closer to a working truce. You dig like you mean it, she said. That buys you a conversation with Bracken about more than one night. It does not buy you anything else yet. I will take the conversation, I told her, and meant it, because a conversation was more than Soul's Cross had given me in 3 years. Bracken heard the whole account from Sorrel before I said a word, which I respected, because it meant she was weighing a report from someone she trusted rather than a stranger's own version of himself. One boy's fever is not a settlement, Bracken told me, flat and even. The whole warren still stinks the way it stank yesterday, and one lucky night does not undo a habit as old as the den itself. I did not come to fix one boy, I told her. I came because a boy was dying in front of me, and I know how to stop that specific kind of dying. What the whole warren does next is your council's decision, not mine to make for you. That answer, more than the fever breaking, more than the clean water, seemed to be the one she had actually been listening for. We will speak again once the council has slept on it, she said, which was not a yes and was not a no, and was, I was starting to understand, exactly how this warren made every decision that mattered. Syl found me at the pit line as the sun came fully up, having spent the night charming information out of 2 denfolk children half her age, a badger cub named Farron and his younger sister, which was work I had not asked her to do, and would not have thought to ask for. She had traded them one true account about Soul's Cross for every fact they knew about their own home, which she called a fair exchange rate, and which I was in no position to argue with. Eat what they can grow and what they can trade, she told me, counting it off on her fingers the way she counts everything. No metal trade worth mentioning, no real defenses past a few hunters, and every single person here flinches at loud noise like it might eat them. That is not an insult, she added when I looked at her. It is just true, and you should know it before you decide you like these people. I already liked these people, more than I had planned to, and I told her so, and she did not answer, which from Syl has never once meant she was not listening. The pit line steamed faintly in the morning cold, one problem solved out of what smelled like 100 still waiting. I counted 6 more open pits inside the den ring alone from where I stood, and Sorrel, following my eyes, did not bother denying the number. Somewhere past the den ring, a thin column of smoke rose off a fire nobody was cooking on, and Sorrel, following my eyes, said only that it was Gorik burning something for the boy's fever, and that he would want words with me before long. I did not know yet that curing one child was the cheapest, easiest problem this warren had, or that Bracken's council would spend the whole next day arguing about whether cheap and easy was worth the risk of being noticed at all. I only knew Padrig was breathing easy for the first time in 3 days, and that somewhere behind Bracken's flat, unreadable face, a decision about the rest of us was already taking shape. Bracken called full council on the second morning, which Sorrel told me was rare enough that half the warren showed up just to see what had earned it. I stood in the middle of the council ring and said the thing I had been rehearsing since before dawn. One boy's fever was the smallest version of a problem this whole warren carries in every den mouth. I want to fix the water for everyone, I said, not just the spring near Hala's door. That means labor from every den, not just mine and Sorrel's, and it means digging in places some of you have never once thought to question. A hairkin man near the back stood before Bracken could respond, thin and precise in a way that told me he had thought about this longer than one night. I'm Bige. I am Whistlewood, he said, second voice of this council for 11 years, and I will say plainly what half this ring is thinking, and too polite to say themselves. Every stranger who fixes something also draws eyes toward the thing that got fixed. He was not wrong, and I did not pretend he was. A drainage system this size is visible from the air, I told him. A warren that smells clean for the first time in living memory gets noticed by traders long before it gets noticed by anyone dangerous. And traders talk, Whistlewood said, to other traders, who talk to garrisons, who talk to Cordell. And Cordell has never once looked kindly on a warren that stopped needing anything from them. We already stink badly enough that a garrison scout smelled us from the Ridge Road 2 seasons back, Sorrel said, cutting in before I could answer. Staying filthy has not kept us hidden. It has only kept us sick. An older molekin near Bracken's seat, one I did not yet have a name for, asked the question I had been waiting for someone brave enough to ask. What does it cost us if this outsider is wrong? Labor, I told him. Weeks of it, spent on channels that might need redigging if I misjudge a slope. I will not pretend that cost a way to win your vote. I would rather lose it honestly than win it on a lie. That answer bought me more of the ring than the whole speech before it had, which taught me more about how this warren weighs a stranger than anything I could have prepared in advance. Bracken let them argue it out for a good while longer before she tapped her claw twice against the tally stick. The sound I now knew meant a decision had already formed behind her flat face. This is not mine to decide alone, she said. Council votes on committing shared labor to an outsider's plan, Whistlewood's caution stands recorded either way, win or lose. Count went slow around the ring, elder by elder, den by den, and it sat close enough that I found myself doing the arithmetic in my head the way I do everything else, out of nerves I would never admit to out loud. Sorrel's vote came near the end, and she did not simply raise her hand. I have watched this man dig through a night for a boy who is not his blood, she said. I am staking my own name on the trial, not just my vote. That tipped it. The council allowed the drainage plan on trial, and the moment I said Bramble Hollow's name out loud, committing to it in front of every den, something in my chest that had gone quiet in the market square woke back up and asked its question again. Name the settlement, it said, plain as a voice in an empty room, and this time I had an answer ready. Bramble Hollow, I said out loud, to nobody the council could see, and felt something settle into place behind my ribs, like a key finding its lock after being carried loose in a pocket for days. A number rose in my vision that only I could read, cold and exact, the way I imagine a ledger looks to the clerk who actually understands what every column means. Tier E, I said out loud, because keeping it to myself felt like starting exactly the kind of secrecy that gets people killed later, for reasons they never got to explain. Bracken asked what that meant, flat and careful, and I told her the truth as plainly as I had it. Something is measuring this Warren now, through me, off real things you already have, water and food and shelter and disease. It does not build anything, I said. It does not fight anything. It only counts, and it turns what it counts into something my own hands get better at, one tier at a time, as this Warren actually gets stronger. Whistlewood's face did the thing faces do. When a rational man is handed a new fact he did not ask for and cannot yet decide whether to fear. It does not warn me of a raider on the ridge, I told Bracken. Before she could ask the question I could see forming. It does not fight for us or feed anyone or see one step past this boundary. It only counts what your own people actually build and pays me back a fraction of it in my own hands. So the Warren does the actual work, Bracken said, slow, testing the shape of it, and you collect a toll on our labor for your own trouble. Toll I spend keeping this Warren's water clean and, eventually, keeping it defended, I told her. I would rather you distrust the arrangement out loud than nod along and resent it later. She studied me the way you study a stranger's arithmetic before you sign your name under it, and said nothing more about it that day, which I had already learned was not the same as agreement. 3 residents stepped forward before Bracken had even finished asking for volunteers, which told me more about this Warren's hunger for a fix than any speech could have. Corbin was one of them, the molekin from Padraig's doorway, and a badgerkin pair I had not met yet, brothers by the look of them, both built for digging in ways I clearly was not. Gorik arrived last, robes trailing mud he did not seem to notice, and announced that the first trench required a proper blessing before a single spade touched ground. I opened my mouth to object on the grounds that superstition does not move dirt, and then closed it again, because nobody in that ring had time to argue theology with their herbalist while a boy's cousins were still drinking bad water. Bless it fast, I told him, and he did in a chant half real prayer and half something he was clearly inventing on the spot, arms spread over the trench like he was personally negotiating with the mud. He finished by declaring the channel must run no shallower than his own forearm, for reasons he described as ancient and sacred, and which happened to match the exact depth I would have specified myself to keep the fall consistent. I did not correct him. A blessing that accidentally gets the engineering right is not a fight worth picking with a man the whole Warren already trusts, and not one worker complained about the delay it cost us either way. We broke ground on the first section that same afternoon, 5 sets of hands where I had expected one, and I found myself teaching more than digging by the second hour. Corbin asked why the channel needed a fall of exactly that much, and not steeper, and I showed him with a length of cord and a stone, instead of explaining it in words, because a shown thing sticks better than a told one. By evening, he was correcting his own brother's angle before I had to, which is the only kind of teaching that actually matters, the kind where the student starts catching what the teacher would have caught. One of the Badger brothers cut his section too steep on the second day, chasing speed over grade, and the channel slumped in on itself an hour later, burying an afternoon's work under its own collapsed wall. He wanted to blame the ground for it. Corbin would not let him. Steep digs fast and fails faster, Corbin told him, walking him back through the exact angle that had held all morning. And the brother recut it right without needing me to say a word. That was the moment I stopped worrying whether this Warren could hold the work once I was not standing over it, which turned out to matter more than any single trench we finished that week. The work went faster than even I expected, because 8 generations of avoiding this exact labor had left the Warren strong-backed and completely undirected, and direction turned out to be most of what was missing. We finished the first full section in 6 days, cutting drainage past 3 den rings and diverting the worst of the standing runoff clear of every spring we could reach with the tools on hand. The change was not subtle. By the 4th day, the worst of the open-air stink had thinned enough that I stopped noticing it myself, which for a man who reads smells for a living was proof enough. A passing trader stopped at the boundary without being asked to, sniffed the air twice, and asked Sorrel outright what had changed, since he had avoided this crossing for 2 years on the smell alone. Sorrel told him nothing beyond the truth, that the Warren had started fixing its own water, and watched him write something down in a little book before he moved on toward the next crossing. Bracken called council again once the section was finished, and this time the ring filled faster, word having done its own work in 6 days better than any announcement could have. "We are posting a number," she told the gathered Warren, and had Corbin carry out a flatboard and a stick of chalk that had clearly not been used for anything in years. "Clean score," she said, reading the figure I had given her off my own count of drains fixed, springs cleared, and dens still waiting. 22 out of 100. She read the population count straight after it, the way she had read it at every council for 31 years. 241 living in Bramble Hollow that season, down 11 from the spring before. Both numbers went onto the same post. She read the score aloud twice, once for the ring and once, deliberately, toward the boundary road where the trader from 2 days before happened to still be watering his mule. Did not pretend not to be listening. He copied the number into his own ledger before anyone thought to ask why a stranger needed Bramble Hollow's private arithmetic written down at all. I felt that small theft land somewhere behind my sternum, a warning I could not yet name a shape for, and said nothing, because Bracken had made her choice with her eyes open, and it was not mine to second-guess in public. Whistlewood stood once the board was posted, and I braced for another round of the argument we had already had once, but he surprised me. "Ice chit ice and natske, so this I say." Formally noting my continued objection for the record, he said plainly, to the whole ring, not sabotage, not a curse on the work, a caution entered honestly that I hope proves wrong. "Note it," Bracken said, "and thank you for saying it the honest way instead of the quiet way, which is the only kind of opposition I have ever trusted from you in 11 years. That exchange told me more about how this Warren actually worked than anything else I had seen since Sorrel's arrow first found my collarbone. I found Whistlewood alone at the edge of the ring afterward, and told him plainly that I did not think he was wrong to worry, only that I thought the worst danger was staying weak enough that worry was the only defense this Warren had left. He considered that longer than I expected him to. "I have buried 3 elders who thought caution was cowardice," he said, finally. "I have never yet buried one who thought too hard before spending other people's safety. I intend to keep being the second kind." I told him I would rather have him watching my arithmetic than agreeing with it blindly, and he almost smiled at that, which from Whistlewood, Sorrel told me later, was practically a parade. Adrig ran past the pit line while I was still coiling rope, fully upright, chasing a dog twice his size with no trace left of the boy who could not hold water down 4 days earlier, and I let myself count that as the truest score, whatever number Bracken had chalked on her board. Syl found me after the ring had broken up, counting something on her fingers, the way she does when the day has given her too much to hold in her head all at once. Brit 22, she said. "Not enough for anyone to leave you alone about it, and not so little that they can pretend nothing happened here. That is exactly the kind of number that gets noticed by the wrong person eventually." She was right, and I told her so, and she filed it, and neither of us said Greymott's name, because neither of us had heard it yet. That evening, Sorrel found me at the pit line again, this time without a knife in her hand, which by then I knew how to read without either of us mentioning it. You bound yourself to this place today, she said. Not just the work, the place itself, out loud, in front of the whole ring. I did, I told her. I have not had anywhere worth binding myself to in 3 years of this life, and I am not sorry about it, whatever it costs later. See that you are not, she said, and left it there, which for Sorrel I was learning fast, counted as something close to a blessing of her own. I stood alone at the pit line after she left and looked at the number only I could see hanging behind my eyes, Tier E, climbing, real, earned by 6 days of actual labor rather than granted by anyone's mercy. Somewhere past the boundary road, a trader with a little book was already 3 miles gone, carrying Bramble Hollow's first public number toward people who had never once needed a reason to be curious about a warren that suddenly stopped stinking. I did not know his name yet, or what he traded in besides gossip and good prices, or that within the season he would come back asking questions that had nothing to do with water at all. I only knew the number on that board was real, that 5 strangers had become 5 neighbors over 6 days of shared labor, and that Tier E, whatever else it meant we had somewhere left to climb. Syl said one more thing before she went to sleep that night. Quiet. The way she says the things she actually means. We have not had a place worth a number like that in a long time, she said. Do not lose it being careless about who else gets to read it. I told her I would not, and then spent longer than I want to admit, counting the people between here and that trader's little book, who might already be reading Bramble Hollow's first number, without any of us knowing their names. A trade caravan stopped at Bramble Hollow's boundary 11 days after the first clean score went up. The first in living memory to come here by choice instead of by accident or desperation. 6 wagons, 24 crates, and a woman at the front who introduced herself as Tamsin Reed before anyone had finished deciding whether to let them pass the marker at all. She had otter sleek hair and a smile that priced everything it landed on, and she looked at our new drainage cuts the way a merchant looks at a competitor's ledger left open on a table. You have real spending power now, she said, to nobody in particular, and to everyone at once. A warren that stops dying of its own water starts wanting things it never used to bother wanting. Her wagons carried real goods, worked iron, dyed cloth, dried fruit from orchards 3 days south. Things this warren had gone without so long that half the ring gathered just to look before anyone had haggled a single price. Hala bought Padrig a small iron knife with a handle shaped like a fox, the first new thing she had bought for him since his fever broke, and paid for it without once glancing my way to check whether it was safe to spend. I counted that as a score of its own. One Bracken's board would never show. A grandmother spending freely again instead of hoarding every coin against the next disaster. I cataloged her wagons out loud without meaning to, the way I do, counting axle wear and cargo weight and guessing at her margins before she had said a single word about prices. Sorrel's boot came down hard on mine under the table exactly 1 sentence before I would have named her actual profit percentage out loud in front of her whole caravan. Careful, Sorrel murmured, low enough for only me. You are about to tell a trader exactly how much she is planning to cheat us by, which is useful information to keep, not to hand her for free. I took the correction and kept the rest of the arithmetic to myself, though I noted, privately, that I had been right about the axles. Syl, standing close enough to hear all of it, told Tamsin flatly that he does this to everyone, prices them like livestock before he has learned their names, and it is not personal, it is just how his head works. Tamsin looked at Syl the way one professional appraises another. You count for him, she said. Good. Every man who talks that much needs someone honest doing his real arithmetic behind him. I am not his, Syl said, unbothered. I just do not like watching him get robbed by people smarter than he thinks he is. Tamsin laughed at that properly, the first thing all day she had not priced before letting it out of her mouth, and told Syl she liked her, which Syl accepted without visible interest either way. The second trader hung back near the last wagon, older, quieter, introducing himself only as Mott and asking fewer questions than anyone else in the caravan, which was a question in itself. He wanted to know what Bramble Hollow burned for fuel, what it did with old ash, whether anyone here bothered saving spent lye from the soapworks, small useless-sounding things that no ordinary trader in 6 years had ever once asked me about. Andi ye prawns. Chan stained I have ash and lye by the barrel, I told him, careful to sound bored about it. Nobody wants either. What would you even pay for waste nobody else has use for? Fair prices, he said, better than fair, and named a number for plain ash that would have made Whistlewood suspicious, even if Whistlewood had never learned my actual reason for wanting either ingredient. Told him I would think about it, which is trader language for no, and watch something calculate itself behind his eyes before he smiled and let the subject drop entirely. You strike me as a careful man, he said, changing tack. Careful men usually have a reason for being careful. I wonder what a warren this small could possibly be protecting that is worth more than fair coin. Filthy water and a short list of neighbors who have already tried to cheat us once, I told him, which was true enough to sound bored saying it. We are careful because we have had to be. Not because we are hiding treasure under the den mouths. A reasonable answer, he said, in a tone that told me he did not fully believe it and had decided not to press the point today. I deal in a great many things besides ash, drainer, powders, tinctures, curiosities no ordinary market wants. If you ever find yourself with something unusual to sell, I am easy enough to find. I told him I would keep that in mind, and meant it as a warning to myself far more than a promise to him. A young hunter named Kest had volunteered to help guard the new works while the caravan was inside our boundary. Proud in the particular way a first real assignment makes a person proud. One of the wagon crates slipped off its stack and hit the ground hard, and Kest went rigid at the sound, ears flat, every muscle in him screaming at him to bolt for the nearest den mouth. He caught himself half a breath later, hand still on his spear, face gone the color of ash himself, and nobody laughed, though I saw two hunters trade a look that promised they would remember it kindly later. That is going to be a problem someday, Sorrel said quietly, watching him recover. Every one of us carries that same flinch. It has kept us alive for generations, and it will get someone killed the day it matters most. Sorrel was right, and I filed the observation the way I file every fault I cannot fix the same day, which is to say, I wrote it down and then let it keep worrying at me from the back of my head. I crouched next to him while the caravan finished unloading and told him the flinch was not weakness, only wiring, the same way a man raised near open flame flinches at sparks long after the fire that scarred him is out. Wiring can be worked with, he said, half a question, and I told him yes. Slowly, with practice and patience, neither of us had much of yet, and that I would rather train him honestly than pretend the fear was not real. He nodded like that mattered more than any comfort would have, and went back to his post standing a little straighter than before. Two of the older hunters ribbed him about the crate anyway before the evening was out, gently, the kind of teasing that only happens once a person has already been forgiven for something. And Kest took it better than I expected, which told me he would be fine. Tamsin found me again near evening, done pricing the Warrens' whole visible economy in the space of an afternoon, and got straight to the only business she actually cared about. I hear a rival Warren has been sitting on your water for 2 weeks, she said. Grafenhold upstream, blocking the shared feed into your lower fields. Worth knowing before your harvest comes due, I would think. That is useful, I told her honestly, and asked what she wanted for it, because Tamsin had made it clear in under a day that nothing from her came free. A standing trade rate, better than you would offer a stranger, she said. I am not your friend, Drainer. I am the best deal you are going to get from anyone willing to walk this boundary at all. On Sakaitis honest terms, I told her, and I will hold you to exactly that. No more and no less than what you just promised me in front of witnesses. She laughed at that, short and real, the second thing that day to get past her own pricing. Fair enough, she said. I like a man who writes down the terms of his own trust instead of just feeling it. We settled the rate before her caravan left, and I cataloged the deal the way I catalog everything, satisfied that we had bought a real warning for a fair cost rather than a favor we would owe forever. Mott approached me once more before the wagons rolled, alone this time, without his easy smile from earlier in the day. Hindsight will be through this way again, he said. Warrens that suddenly stop needing anyone tend to interest people who used to sell them things. I would rather be first in line than last when you decide you are ready to sell. I am not building toward selling anything, I told him, which was true in the sense that mattered, and a lie in every sense he would have understood. He accepted that with a small nod that did not reach his eyes, and climbed back onto his wagon without pressing further, which worried me more than pressing would have. I did not confront him outright, and I did not let him leave unwatched either. Sorrel sent 2 hunters to shadow the caravan's road at a careful distance instead, the same patience she had shown me at the pit line that first night. Came back 2 days later with a simple report. The caravan had split at the crossroads, most of it turning toward the nearer market towns, but Mott's own wagon had turned south, toward the old garrison road that led, eventually, toward Cordell proper. Antonchen nas das Dios. Fast is not where an honest trader in waste ash goes looking for buyers, Sorrel said, and I agreed with her, and neither of us had a plan yet for what to do about a threat that had not actually done anything wrong. He offered fair coin for garbage and left without buying any of it, I said. That is not a crime. That is just a man asking strange questions and walking away unsatisfied. It is also exactly what a man does right before he comes back better prepared, Sorrel said, and I had no honest answer for that because she was almost certainly right. We should assume he learns something every visit, she said, whether we mean to teach him or not. The safest plan is to make sure what he learns is never the whole picture, only pieces that mean nothing without the rest. That is closer to how I already think than you might expect, I told her, and she gave me a look that said she had already guessed as much, which was becoming a habit of hers I did not entirely mind. Bracken logged the whole exchange at the next council without alarm, the same steady accounting she gave every report, good or bad, that crossed her table. Corbin chalked the new number himself this time, Bracken having handed him the stick without ceremony, a promotion nobody in that ring bothered to announce out loud. Clean score climbed to 31 on the trade income alone. Food stores deepening for the first time since anyone could remember a real surplus, and the number drew a small approving murmur from the ring that the first score never had. Someone near the back asked what came after 31, half joking, and Bracken answered without missing a beat that the number only went up if the work did, which ended that line of questioning faster than any lecture could have. Here D, I said quietly to Sorrel afterward, since I no longer felt the need to announce every private number to the whole Warren the moment it changed. She asked what that meant for the work. Practical as always, and I told her plainly. Faster yield. Once we are ready to use it, better purity. Time cut off every batch the tier allows me to run. I have told no one else, I added. Not Bracken, not the council. Only you, because you already know most of what I am building toward, and I would rather you hear the rest from me than guess at it. She did not ask what I meant by the rest, not that evening, though I could see the question sitting behind her eyes, patient, the way she was patient about everything that mattered to her. Kest came to find me before I turned in, not about the crate at all this time, but about the drainage works he had spent the whole day guarding without once being told what they were actually for. You are building towards something past clean water, he said. I am not asking what. I am asking to be on the list of people you call when you finally need hands for whatever it is. I told him I would remember that, and I did remember it, far longer and far more exactly than he could have guessed when he asked, because a man who volunteers before he is recruited is worth 10 who are ordered. Syl counted the day's totals for me before bed, the way she had started doing without being asked, laying out the numbers like a merchant closing her own ledger for the night. One trader who kept her word, she said, one who did not and left hungry, and is already telling someone south of here that Bramble Hollow has something worth asking about twice. That is not a bad trade for one afternoon, I told her, and she agreed, though neither of us said out loud what we were both thinking, that Mott's Road South was the first thread connecting this warren to a world far larger than any of us had let ourselves imagine yet. I ran Sorrel's arithmetic again before I slept, weighing a fair coin refused against a road taken south, and could not make those two numbers come out anywhere comfortable no matter which way I stacked them. Somewhere past the Garrison Road, a man with no real interest in ash or lie was already carrying Bramble Hollow's name toward people who traded in exactly the kind of secret I had not yet learned to keep well enough. Bracken asked me plainly, before council closed for the night, whether Mott's questions changed anything about the pace of the work. I told her no, not yet, though I could not promise her the same answer forever. She accepted that the way she accepted most uncertain things, by logging it and moving forward anyway, one tier at a time, the same patient arithmetic that had gotten this Warren through 31 years of harder decisions than mine. I told Sorrel and Bracken the rest of it on a night I chose deliberately, with nobody else near enough to hear, because some truths deserve to land on exactly two people before they land on everyone. The drainage was never the whole plan, I said. Aged waste and ash, layered right and left alone long enough, turns into a crystal called saltpeter. Nobody in this world has ever isolated it, simply because nobody has ever had reason to look in the right filthy place for it. Bracken did not ask what it was good for first, which told me something about how she had survived 31 years as elder. She asked what it cost instead. What does this Warren risk growing it? She said, flat. Already braced for an answer she would not enjoy. Toxic gas. If a bed vent's wrong, collapse. If we dig too fast or too deep. And secrecy that has to hold absolutely, because the moment the wrong person understands what those pits are for, we stop being a Warren with good drainage and start being a target. She sat with that longer than she had sat with anything I had told her yet, tapping her claw against the tally stick slower than usual, thinking rather than deciding. I am not asking you to trust the substance, I told her. I am asking you to trust that I will tell you the truth about every cost, every time, before it happens rather than after. How much of it do you actually need? Bracken asked, before this stops being a curiosity and starts being useful. I told her honestly that I did not know yet, that yield would depend on the tier this Warren itself climbed to, which meant the risk and the reward both scaled off the same labor. So the Warren carries the danger, and the Warren also decides how fast the danger grows, she said, working the logic through out loud the way she worked through every hard decision. Exactly that, I told her. I will not hide a single crock of it from you or grow one bed you have not agreed to. This is the one place I refuse to build anything behind your back. Sorrel spoke before Bracken did. You told us before we asked, she said. That already counts for more than most men manage. Show me the first bed before I decide the rest. Word travels through a Warren this size, whether you want it to or not. And Gorik caught wind of strange new pits behind the den wall within 2 days, robes already gathering mud before anyone had formally told him anything. He arrived demanding to bless whatever we were building, on the grounds that anything dug in secret clearly required more spiritual protection than anything dug in daylight, which was not wrong, whatever his reasons for believing it. Sorrel tried to head him off at the den wall, telling him the pits were nothing worth his time. And he looked at her the way a man looks at a lie he has already decided to forgive. 19 years I have kept this Warren's unseen causes in order, he said. I know when something is being kept from me on purpose. I did not fight him on it. A blessing costs only an hour, and Gorik's continued goodwill, and I had already learned that his ceremonial language kept the diggers calm in ways my honest explanations of pit gas never quite managed. He wrapped the whole process in ritual before anyone else even understood what it was, calling the layered beds a slow marriage of ash and earth, and calling the aging weeks a courtship. Language the workers adopted faster than my own technical terms ever caught on. Even Sorrel started saying courtship instead of aging within a week, half mocking him and half not, which was as close as she ever came to admitting Gorik's language worked on her too. Nobody corrected him. It kept the crew steady, and steady was worth more than accurate. Lesen phrase, now than sunespecture, at least for the first few weeks of digging something none of us could see working yet. We cut the first beds behind the den wall, out of general sight. 4 diggers besides myself and Sorrel standing watch the way she always did now, when the work mattered enough to warrant her knife hand free. 10 weeks, I told the crew, once the beds were laid and the first true layer packed down. That is roughly how long this takes to become something usable at the tier we are currently standing on. Slower magic does not exist. Only slower chemistry. I priced the whole first bed out loud for the crew, the way I price everything. 4 crocks of raw material a week if the labor held steady, against roughly 1 usable batch of charges once the aging finished at our current tier. Torvin, one of the Badger brothers from the drainage crew, asked why we could not just dig faster and skip ahead. The same question every impatient crew asks about every process that refuses to be rushed. Because rushing this specific kind of patience gets someone killed, I told him, and meant it as plainly as I knew how, though the warning would prove truer sooner than I wanted. The half day it happened started ordinary enough. 4 diggers widening the second bed while I checked the first for early crystal growth, distracted enough by good news that I stopped watching the vent gap the way I should have. A vent cap had shifted overnight, sealed just enough to trap gas instead of bleeding it, and nobody noticed until Torvin and his brother Bram both went down mid-dig, coughing, then not coughing, which was worse. One of the other diggers screamed for Sorrel before I had even registered what was wrong, and by the time I reached the lip of the bed, she was already halfway down into air. I would not have gone near without a wet cloth first. I do not remember deciding to move. I remember being in the pit with a wet cloth over my own mouth, hauling Bram's dead weight up the cut while Sorrel took Torvin's, both of us shouting for the others to clear back and give the gas somewhere to go besides 2 more sets of lungs. They came up alive, both of them, sick and shaking and retching in the cold air, but alive, and I have never in either life been more grateful for a fact that simple. Syl had run the whole distance from the council ring at the first shout, and she was the one who thought to count heads before anyone else did, confirming out loud that it was 2 hurt and none lost, which steadied the crew faster than anything I said afterward. Good, she told me, flat, once the counting was done, still catching her breath. 2 is bad. 2 is not the number I was bracing for on the way here. Sorrel did not wait for them to fully recover before she turned on me, and she did not soften it, which I respected even while it landed like a second beating. You knew this could happen, she said, in front of Bracken, in front of the crew still gathered around Torvin and Bram. You told us the risk, and then you let your own excitement walk you right past the exact thing you warned us about. She was right, and I did not argue a single word of it. I told her so, out loud, in front of everyone who had heard the accusation land. You are right, I said. I got excited about the crystal and stopped watching the vent like I promised I would. That is on me, not on the design, and I am changing the design today so it cannot happen from carelessness again. Saying it is on you does not put Torvin's breath back the way it was this morning, Sorrel said, quieter now, some of the heat gone out of her voice and something more tired standing in its place. No, I told her, it does not. I am not asking you to forgive it today. I am telling you what I am doing about it so it does not happen to anyone else tomorrow. That is the only answer I would have accepted, she said, and walked off to sit with Torvin rather than continue the argument, which told me the worst of it, at least between the two of us, was over for now. I spent that same afternoon redesigning the cap system entirely, doubling the bleed channels, and marking every vent with a flag that had to be checked and signed for by name before any digger went below the surface line. Gorik, testing what he still called his ritual offerings out of what I was starting to suspect was genuine curiosity rather than pure faith, layered a woven reed cover over one of the new vents that he swore would please the earth and keep its breath moving steady. It should not have worked as engineering. It did anyway, the reed weave breaking up the gas flow just enough to prevent exactly the kind of pocket that had trapped Torvin and Bram, and I told him so honestly, which he enjoyed more than he let his face admit. You see, he said, more pleased with himself than I had ever seen him. The earth answers when you ask it properly. I did not correct the theology, not yet, though I had decided by then that a man whose real fixes were saving real lives deserved better than a comfortable lie. I told him the truth that same evening, alone, the way I had told Sorrel and Bracken before him. Not earth breath, I said. Gas, chemistry, a crystal I mean to turn eventually into something that can defend this warren better than any blessing. He was quiet a long moment, turning that over the way a man turns over a stone to see what lies underneath it. Does it matter, he asked finally, whether I call it a marriage of ash and earth or a crystal grown by your rules? If the workers stay calm and the vent still holds either way. It matters that you know which one is true, I told him, because someday you may need to explain it to someone who will not accept a blessing as an answer. Then teach me the true words too, he said, and I will decide for myself which ones to use and when, which was a better bargain than I had any business being offered by a man I had just finished correcting. I adopted his reed weave into the standard design that same week and gave him full credit for it at the next council, true words and ceremonial ones, both now his to choose from. Whistlewood raised the matter formally at that same council, standing the way he always stood when a point needed to be entered plainly rather than argued loudly. Last two of our own people were hurt this week over a substance most of this warren still does not know the purpose of, he said. I am not calling for it to stop. I am calling for the record to show I warned this council that secrecy this heavy carries a cost we are already paying. I stood and told the ring plainly that Whistlewood was not wrong, that 2 people had already paid for this secret in coughing lungs, and that I would rather hear his warning stated aloud every council than have it fester unspoken until it proved itself the hard way. That is all I ask, Whistlewood said, surprised, I think, to be agreed with so completely instead of argued down. Noted, Bracken said, and thanked him again for saying it the honest way, and did not overrule the work, though I could see the weight of Whistlewood's point settling into her the same way it had settled into me. Torvin and Bram both recovered within days, coughing less each morning, and both were back at the pit line inside the week. Torvin first, insisting he wanted to be the one to check the new vent flags himself. That answered Whistlewood's caution better than anything I could have said to him myself, a hurt man choosing to trust the repair rather than abandon the work, though I understood why not everyone would read it that generously. We resealed the beds properly, 4 sets of eyes checking every vent this time instead of one distracted set, and I restarted the 10-week clock out loud, in front of the same crew who had watched it nearly cost 2 of their own. 10 weeks, I said again, standing at the lip of the resealed bed with Torvin's flag already signed and hung, and this time nobody in that crew asked if we could rush it. The secret now had 4 keepers who understood what it actually was, myself, Sorrel, Bracken, and Gorick. Each of them carrying a piece of knowledge that could burn this warren down if it reached the wrong ears, and each of them, so far, worth the risk of trusting. Still asked me that night whether it had been worth it. 2 people hurt for a crystal none of us had even seen yet. I do not know how to answer that honestly, except to say the flux that killed her mother was also a risk somebody decided was worth taking without her, and I would rather this warren choose its own risks with open eyes than have them chosen for it the way mine had been. She did not have an answer for that, and neither, if I am honest, did I have a complete one for myself, only the 10-week clock ticking behind my ribs and a debt to Torvin and Bram I intended to remember for a long time after their coughing stopped. I checked the vent flags myself before bed, every one of them, though I already knew Torvin had signed each in careful, deliberate letters that told me exactly how much trust he had chosen to keep spending on this work, despite what it had already cost him. Somewhere past the Badland to the north, the one ingredient I still lacked sat waiting in ground no one from this warren had ever safely crossed, and I did not yet know how soon the 10-week clock and that missing ingredient would collide. The lower fields were 2 weeks from harvest and already going dry in patches when Bracken called me away from the niter beds to look at a problem no drainage cut could fix. Ravenhold had dammed the shared stream a fortnight back, and Sorrel was leading a delegation to the border to talk before anyone lost a season's grain over it. She brought me along for my read on infrastructure rather than my temper, which she stated plainly before we left, and I promised her I would keep both in check for the length of one conversation. Syl asked to come as well, arguing that a pair of eyes nobody at that border would bother watching was worth more to us than another spear, and Sorrel, after a long moment of consideration, agreed to let her ride along as far as the stones themselves. Just the stones, Sorrel told her. You watch. You do not speak unless I ask you to. Syl accepted those terms without argument, which told me she understood exactly how much trust that concession actually represented. Chief Grum Ashgall met us at the border stones himself, wolf-built and broad through the shoulders, with the kind of stillness that told me he had already decided how this meeting would go before we arrived. He had brought 6 of his own hunters with him, arranged loosely enough to look casual and precisely enough that I counted the spacing without meaning to, the same way I count everything I am nervous about. Sorrel had brought 3, which I understood now was not weakness but a deliberate message that Bramble Hollow had come to talk rather than to match him spear for spear. I am defending my own warren's water, he said, before Sorrel had finished her first sentence of greeting. That dam sits on Grayfen ground. I owe your fields nothing, and I owe you even less an explanation for guarding what is mine. Sorrel kept her voice level in a way I was learning took real effort for her. Your dam is starving fields 2 days from harvest, she said. We are not here to fight you over water. We are here to ask what it would take to share it. Nothing you can offer, Ashgal said. I have heard what your warren is building. A weapon does not buy trust from a neighbor. It could just as easily point at him instead. I asked to look at the dam itself before the conversation went further sideways, and Ashgal allowed it, more out of contempt for how little he thought I would find than any real courtesy. Go on then, Muckwitch, he said, using the name his own scouts had apparently already carried back from wherever they had been watching Bramble Hollow from. Tell me what a drainer knows about a wall my grandfather's grandfather built. I walked the length of it instead of answering, reading the same things I would have read on any wall back in Sowell's Cross. Water always tells the truth about a structure faster than the people who built it will. I read the structure the way I read everything. Silt lines, pressure cracks. The angle water was cutting against stone that was never meant to hold this much of it back. Your dam is failing on your own side too, I told him, flat in front of his own men. Your lower den ring is drowning to protect the upper one. You are not winning this fight. You are just losing it slower than we are. He did not like hearing that in front of witnesses, and his jaw worked the same way Vantor's had, once, in a market square that already felt like another life. That is not your concern, he said. Grafenhold solves Grafenhold's problems, the same as it has for 4 generations before your warren ever had a name worth remembering. Sorrel tried once more, offering labor, tools, anything short of the recipe itself, and Ashgal refused all of it on the same principle, unwilling to owe an upstart neighbor anything he could not immediately repay. Before we turned our horses, Ashgal added one more thing. Quieter, meant for Sorrel alone, rather than for me or his own watching hunters. Your aunt led this warren through worse than a dry season once, he said. Tell her I remember that, even if I will not be told what to do about my own water by her niece. I will tell her, Sorrel said, and something in her posture eased slightly. The first sign all morning that whatever history sat between these two warrens was not purely hostile. We rode back without a deal, which I had half expected and Sorrel had fully expected, though neither of us said so until we were well past the border stones. He is not wrong to be proud, Sorrel said eventually. Pride is sometimes the only thing keeping a warren from being swallowed by whoever offers help first and takes control second. I have seen that trade go bad before. I understood that better than I let on, having built my own life twice now on refusing help that came with strings attached. And I told her so, and she did not look surprised to hear it. He called you Muckwitch too, she said after a while, testing the words the way she tested most new information, like she wanted to know whether it would sting me before deciding whether to laugh. It has not stung since the first time you said it, I told her, and she made a sound that was almost a laugh, which I counted as a small victory of its own on a day that had otherwise handed us none. Back at Bramble Hollow, Kest had been left on perimeter watch with 2 other hunters, his first real post since the caravan crate had rattled him weeks before. A figure moved along the tree line near dusk, careful, deliberate, testing the boundary the way a scout tests a boundary rather than the way a lost traveler wanders one. Kest's whole body wanted to bolt for the den mouths, the same prey instinct that had frozen him over a dropped crate, now screaming louder with an actual threat in frame. And he told me later he had never been more aware of his own heartbeat in his life. He held his post anyway, called the alarm in a voice that only shook a little, and watched the scout retreat once 2 more hunters answered the call, never firing a shot, never needing to. I was not there for it, having ridden back late with Sorrel, and heard the account secondhand from the 2 hunters who answered his call, both of them insisting Kest had held the line a full count of 10 before help arrived, standing his ground the whole time. I found him afterward sitting apart from the fire, still working through the shake in his own hands, and told him what I had learned instead of what I hoped, that fear like his does not vanish. It only gets outvoted by everything else you decide matters more in the moment. He asked if it ever stopped costing so much to hold still. I told him honestly that I did not know, that some things you simply keep paying for on purpose because the alternative costs more, and he nodded like that was an answer he could actually use. It was a smaller proof than the one still waiting somewhere ahead, though it was real. A boy who had frozen over a crate holding steady over an actual enemy scout. and the other hunters told it around the fire that night like it mattered, because it did. Bracken heard the double report, the failed border talk and the perimeter scare both, and made her decision the way she made all of them, without theater. "We fix our own side," she said. "No forcing Ashgal's hand, no more delegations he can refuse. If the stream will not share water fairly, we take a different path to the same fields." I laid out a reroute that night, a new intake channel drawing from a feeder spring above the dammed stream entirely, one that would restore the lower fields without ever touching a stone that belonged to Grafenhold. 3 days, I told Bracken, if the whole crew commits to it and the weather holds, and I priced the labor honestly against the harvest we stood to lose if we waited any longer to start. We had 6 sets of hands on it by dawn, Corbin's crew joined by 2 of the field workers themselves, people who understood exactly what was riding on this ditch better than anyone who had never watched a harvest fail. The new channel fought us harder than the spring line had back in Padraig's fever week. Rockier ground, a longer run, less margin for error with a real deadline standing over every hour we spent. I split the crew into 2 teams working from opposite ends toward a meeting point I had marked myself. Both crews racing the same clock without racing each other, which turned out to be exactly the kind of pressure that kept everyone honest about their pace instead of reckless with it. Sil ran water and food between the 2 teams all 3 days, keeping her own tally of who had eaten and who was flagging before anyone thought to ask, a quiet kind of leadership nobody had assigned her. Torvin, fully recovered and back at full strength, led the second crew through the worst of the rock himself. And I noticed he checked every vent and grade twice now without needing to be told, a habit his own scare had built into him for good. He broke through to the lower fields just before dusk on the 3rd day, exactly on the count I had given Bracken, and the field workers stood at the intake and watched clean water reach ground that had been cracking dry for 2 weeks. One of them, an older badger-kin woman I had only seen from a distance before, knelt and put both hands flat in the new flow, like she was checking it was real before she let herself believe it. She told me afterward she had watched 2 harvests fail to drought in her lifetime already, and had come to the intake that evening expecting to watch a 3rd, which made the sight of clean water reaching her rows the closest thing to a miracle she expected to see this side of the grave. I told her it was not a miracle, only arithmetic done in time, and she said that plainly then was the best kind of miracle there was, which I did not have a good argument against. We did not lose the harvest, I told Bracken that night, and she allowed herself something close to a smile, brief and immediately put away, the way she allowed herself most good news. Whistlewood, present for the report, admitted this particular risk had paid off cleanly. No discovery, no confrontation, only a quiet fix that solved the actual problem without provoking the larger one he's still worried about. That is the kind of solution I keep hoping you will find more of, he told me, which from him counted as genuine warmth, and I told him I intended to, whenever the problem allowed it. Word of the fix reached Grafenhold within days anyway. Carried, I learned later, through Tamsin's usual trade gossip, rather than any messenger we sent ourselves. Ashgal's response was not gratitude. Sorrel's scouts reported his own people muttering that Bramble Hollow had solved in 3 days what their own chief had refused even to discuss, which stung him worse, I suspect, than the water shortage itself ever had. US Garcia's sword concede. Pride does not thank the neighbor who proves it wrong, Sorrel said, when the report came back. It usually just watches that neighbor more carefully afterward, which is not nothing, even if it is not friendship either. Bracken's counsel logged the whole sequence at the next gathering, calm as always, and the clean score climbed to 39 on the strength of the saved harvest alone. The fields themselves now counted as part of what the ledger measured. Tyr held steady at D, the niter beds still weeks from ready, and I found myself, for the first time since arriving here, more anxious about a rival chief's wounded pride than about the 10-week clock still running behind my ribs. Kest came to find me that evening, not for reassurance this time, but to report that he had walked the entire boundary line himself after the scout withdrew and marked 3 places where a second man could have come through unseen. I went out with him and looked at all 3, and he was right about 2 of them, which he had clearly not expected, and which pleased him visibly more than any praise praise I could have handed him for holding his post. We closed both gaps inside the week, and I noted privately that the boy who had frozen over a dropped crate was now finding faults in a perimeter faster than the hunters who had teased him for it. Syl counted the tally for me that night the way she always did, laying it out flat. One rival chief refused, then quietly outmaneuvered without a single blow struck. One scout turned back, one harvest saved on our own strength alone. That is not a bad 3 days, I told her, and she agreed, though she added, unprompted, that a proud man who has been shown up twice usually spends the third meeting deciding how to stop being shown up at all. She was not wrong, and I had nothing to set against it except the unease Sorrel had already named at the border stones, that Ashgal's pride was not a closed account, but a debt quietly accruing interest somewhere past our boundary line. The niter beds kept aging in the dark behind the den wall, patient in a way none of the politics around them seemed willing to be. And for the first time since we dug them, I caught myself hoping the crystal would take its full 10 weeks rather than a single day less. Sorrel and I left for the cinder vents at first light, 2 days across Badland that every hunter in Bramble Hollow had warned us, unprompted, not to cross alone. I inventoried our load out loud at the boundary marker, the way I inventory everything before committing to it. Rope, water for 4 days, flint, 2 knives, and no real idea yet what actually lived out there waiting for us. Sorrel added her own count on top of mine, arrows, a spare bowstring, and a working knowledge of predator sign that I did not have and had no business pretending I did. Between the two of us, we have exactly enough sense for one whole person, she said, checking her quiver a final time, and I told her that had gotten us further than either of us traveling alone probably would have managed. The Badland changed under our feet before we had walked an hour into it. Packed dirt giving way to cracked stone that steamed faintly even in daylight, the ground itself breathing in slow, uneven gasps. We passed the bleached remains of what Sorrel identified as a hunting party's old camp, abandoned gear scattered and half swallowed by drifting ash, and neither of us commented on it beyond a shared glance that said plainly enough what we both already knew about this ground's reputation. Every hunter who tries this crossing either turns back inside a day or does not come back to tell anyone why, Sorrel said, which was not the kind of thing I wanted to hear with 2 full days of walking still ahead of us, though I appreciated the honesty regardless. I priced the risk out loud anyway, the way I do when silence starts to feel heavier than talking. One missing ingredient, one Badland, 2 people who have already survived worse odds than this together. Sorrel told me that was the least reassuring pep talk she had ever heard, and she was almost certainly right. She asked, part curious and part testing, whether I would actually answer honestly, whether I regretted binding this whole Warren's future to a substance that required crossing ground like this to finish. Not for one day, I told her, and meant it. I regretted plenty about how I got here. I have never once regretted what I decided to build once I arrived. The second day, the vents themselves came into view, and I will admit, whatever caution I carried, the sight nearly stopped me where I stood. Fissures split the crust in long, ragged lines, venting scalding vapor in columns that caught the light gold and terrible, and crusted along every fracture edge. Unmistakable even at a distance, ran veins of pale yellow sulfur. It is beautiful, I said out loud, before I could stop myself. And Sorrel told me flatly that beautiful things out here were usually the ones most likely to kill you, which I already half suspected and fully believed by the time we reached the first deposit. We had barely started working the crust loose when a sound rolled up out of the ground itself, low and resonant, more felt through the stone than heard through the air. The vent worm came up out of a fissure I would have sworn was too narrow to hide anything larger than a snake, heat shimmering off scales the color of old iron, and it did not hesitate before driving straight for the deposit we had just started to work. We ran. There is no dignified version of that sentence, and I am not going to pretend one existed. We ran, and it cost us half a day and most of our rope, abandoned on the crust behind us because stopping to coil it properly would have cost considerably more than rope. We regrouped a safe distance off, both breathing hard, and I did the arithmetic on what we had just lost out loud, mostly to steady my own nerves rather than because Sorrel needed the numbers explained to her. Half our rope, one clean approach, and roughly an hour of daylight we are not getting back, I said, counting it on my fingers like Syl does, and Sorrel told me flatly that panicking in complete sentences was still panicking, just with better grammar. Fair, I told her, and made myself stop counting long enough to actually look at what had just happened instead of only pricing it. That is not how we win this, she said, once she had caught her breath enough to think clearly again. It did not chase us far. It came off that fissure and stopped almost exactly where the ground changes color. She was right, and once she pointed it out, I could see it too. A rough boundary in the crust's discoloration that the creature had never actually crossed, not once in the whole length of its charge. It is defending a den, not a whole field, she said, working the logic the way she worked every hunt. Sorrel had tracked wilder things than this her whole life, and it showed in how fast she read the pattern I would never have found with chemistry alone. There is a second seam past that ridge, she said, pointing at a line of pale stone I would have walked straight past without a second glance. Outside its range, if I am reading the ground right. I would never have found that deposit on my own, not in 100 years of reading crust chemistry, and I told her so plainly, because pretending otherwise would have been a lie I could not have said with a straight face. We are not doing this alone, either of us, she said, already moving toward the ridge. That has been true since the pit line. You just keep forgetting it every time you get excited about a new problem. The second deposit ran richer than the first. Thick veins we could work steadily, as long as we kept half an eye on the ridgeline, and the worm's low, distant calling, audible the whole time we worked. A reminder neither of us needed, but got anyway. Extracting a full load was not clean or quick. It was hours of careful, sweat-costed labor, chipping crust in a heat that made my hands blister through gloves I had thought were thick enough, banking crock after crock while the light slid toward evening faster than either of us wanted. Sorrel showed me how to read the worm's calling for distance, rather than just volume, a skill she had built over years of tracking things that wanted her dead, and by midday, I could tell roughly how far off it was, without needing to stop and listen for longer than a breath. In exchange, I showed her how to judge a vein's richness by color and crumble, rather than digging blind into every promising-looking streak, and she picked it up faster than I had picked up her tracking, which she did not let me forget for the rest of the day. We traded roles like that all afternoon, teacher and student swapping constantly, and it struck me, somewhere around the fourth crock, that this was the first time since Soul's Cross I had learned something useful from another person, rather than only ever being the one who already knew. We lost the last hour of good light to the extraction, and started back toward camp, in the kind of dusk that makes unfamiliar ground look identical in every direction, which is exactly how I found myself, half a step from a steam fissure I never saw coming. The crust gave under my boot with no warning at all, a thin crack of ground over open heat, and I felt myself start to go down before my mind had even finished registering the danger. Sorrel had me by the collar before I had fallen a full foot, hauling backward with a strength that did not match her frame, and we both went down hard on solid ground instead, tangled together, both breathing like we had run the whole Badland twice over. I lay there a moment too stunned to speak, and when I finally found words, they came out smaller than I meant them to. That would have ended things considerably faster than any cordell reeve ever managed. Sorrel did not let go of my collar right away. "Do not do that again," she said, and her voice had none of its usual dry edge in it, only something rawer that surprised us both. I told her I had not planned to do it the first time either, and she almost laughed, though it came out closer to something else entirely, and neither of us moved for a moment longer than the danger strictly required. "You are going to get yourself killed being clever," she said, quieter now, still not letting go of my collar, "and I am apparently going to keep hauling you back from it, whether either of us plans on that or not." "That sounds like a fair division of labor," I told her, and this time she did laugh, short and real, the tension breaking just enough for both of us to remember how to breathe normally again. "That was not a plan of mine that saved either of us today," I said, once we were both back on our feet and steadier. "That was just you, faster than I was, the way you have been every single time it has actually mattered out here." She did not have a quick answer for that, which was rare enough for her that I noticed it more than I noticed almost anything else that whole exhausting day. We made camp a safe distance from any fissure I could see, and I did not sleep well, replaying the half second before she caught me more than I wanted to admit even to myself. By morning, we had a full sulfur load banked, 6 crocks of workable stone packed carefully enough to survive the walk home, and Sorrel had already scouted a return route that kept well clear of the worm's den for its entire length. We confirmed the seam itself before leaving, marking its position against a distinctive spur of rock so we could find it again without repeating yesterday's chase. A repeatable source now instead of a one-time gamble. I sketched the whole route in my notebook while Sorrel finished lashing the crocs for travel, distances paced out in her strides and mine both, so that anyone who needed to make this crossing after us would not have to relearn what had nearly cost me my footing. That is worth more than the sulfur itself in the long run, Sorrel said, watching me work. A path someone else can follow safely is a resource that never runs out the way a single seam eventually will. I told her that was closer to how I actually thought about all of this than she probably realized, and she said she was starting to realize it anyway, which felt like its own small kind of tear climbing. The walk back took the better part of a day and a half, quieter than the walk out had been, both of us carrying more than crocks of sulfur, though neither of us named the rest of it out loud yet. We reached Bramble Hollow's boundary marker as the light was failing, and I felt the same settling sensation I had felt naming the Warrens' name months before, something locking into place that had been loose and searching until that exact moment. I told Sorrel the full shape of it that night, alone, the way I had told her and Bracken about the beds themselves. The sulfur is banked, the saltpeter is aging on schedule. Between the two, we now have every ingredient the recipe actually needs. She sat with that a long moment, turning the weight of it over the way she turns over every hard fact before she lets herself react to it out loud. Every ingredient, she repeated, like the phrase itself needed testing before she would trust it. Then what stops us? Nothing, I told her. Nothing except the aging clock still running behind the den wall and whatever the world decides to do once it learns what 2 people crossed a monster's territory to go fetch. She looked at me for a long moment in the dark, and for once, neither of us reached for a joke to fill the silence the way we usually did when something sat too close to the center of things to laugh off easily. I can die. I keep waiting for you to do something reckless enough that I stop bothering to catch you, she said, quiet, and I do not think either of us actually believes that day is coming. No, I told her, honestly, I do not think it is either, and if I am being truthful, I do not think I want it to come anytime soon. We should sleep, she said finally, which was not what either of us was actually thinking, and I agreed, because some things are better carried quietly for one more night before you decide out loud what to do with them. I lay awake anyway, sulfur crocks stacked safe in the storeroom below, the 10-week clock ticking somewhere past the den wall, and a version of Sorrel's hand on my collar, replaying itself every time I closed my eyes. Somewhere past the badland we had just crossed, the world outside Bramble Hollow's boundary had no idea yet that the last missing piece of something no kingdom had ever possessed was already banked, waiting only on time, in a storeroom nobody outside 4 trusted people even knew existed. The niter beds finished early, Tyr having crept up to see on the back of the harvest save and the sulfur run, cutting real weeks off a clock I had stopped expecting to beat. Sorrel and I milled the first true batch alone, behind the den wall, grinding crystal and charcoal and sulfur together in careful measured turns, exactly the way 3 years of study in my old life had promised would work. It worked. A small test charge, set alight on bare stone, well clear of anything flammable, went up in a flash and a crack loud enough that Sorrel's ears went flat, and my own pulse hammered from pure relief rather than fear. I stood there a long moment after the smoke cleared, just looking at the scorch mark on the stone, 3 years of theory finally made real in front of a witness who was not me. You look like a man who just watched his own child take its first steps, Sorrel said. And I told her that was not far off the actual feeling, though the child in question could very likely blow both our hands off if handled carelessly. She asked, practical as always, what came next now that the theory had proven itself? Scale, I told her. Enough for a barrel, enough to actually do something besides scorch a rock. I have been carrying that formula in my head for 3 years, and 1 whole death, I told her, and it finally exists somewhere besides my own memory. Flush with that proof, I spent 2 days casting a crude iron barrel with Corbin's forge and more patience than skill, rigging a simple firing mechanism that owed more to stubbornness than to any real gunsmith's training. We tested it privately, Sorrel and I alone at the edge of the Badland, before another soul in the Warren knew a weapon existed at all. Corbin's forge was built for tool work, not gun barrels, and I ruined 2 failed castings before the third held true, cracking the first along a seam I had not packed evenly, and warping the second. When I rushed the cooling out of impatience, I should have known better than to indulge. The third casting held, rough and ugly, and entirely serviceable, and I spent a full extra day filing the touch hole and bore smooth enough to trust with my own hands anywhere near it. It kicked harder than I expected and split its first touch hole wider than I wanted, but it fired twice, cleanly enough that Sorrel admitted, grudgingly, that she had never seen anything move that fast in her life. That, she said, staring at the scorched target stone, changes several things I thought I understood about how a fight actually goes. We had not yet decided how or when to show it to the rest of the Warren, when a practical problem handed us the answer, before either of us had to choose. The second water source, a well shaft on the far side of the den ring, collapsed overnight under a fall of packed rubble, too dense for hand tools to clear, before the dry season made its loss serious. Bracken called me in immediately, since a lost second water source threatened to undo half of what the drainage work had bought this Warren over the past season. She walked me to the collapsed shaft herself, and let me judge the rubble with my own hands, the same way she had let me judge Padraig's fever back on the first night we met, trusting my read before she trusted my solution. I could tell her honestly that hand digging would take a week we did not have, or I could tell her the truth about what else I had, sitting tested and ready at the edge of the Badland. I told her the truth. A controlled charge could clear that rubble in an afternoon, I said, but it would announce a weapon exists to the whole Warren, loudly, and there is no version of that reveal that stays quiet afterward. Bracken did not hesitate as long as I expected her to. Then we do it in the open, she said. A public demonstration, useful, not secret, converts skeptics faster than anything you could show 3 people behind a wall. Whistlewood objected the moment word reached him, standing before the full council with the same plain steadiness he always brought to his caution. A loud demonstration is precisely the kind of attention I have warned this council about since the day the first pit was dug in secret, he said. I am not questioning whether it works. I am questioning whether being heard is worth what it clears. Noted, Bracken said, and did not overrule him, though she did not change her decision either. The well matters more today than a rumor that might or might not travel, she said. We will manage the rumor when it comes. Adi saying, We'll stand at the edge of the crowd during the demonstration, Whistlewood added unprompted, not to obstruct it, to watch how far the sound actually carries, so my next warning is measured instead of guessed at. That is exactly the kind of objection I can work with, Bracken told him, and I found myself agreeing, because a caution that gathered its own evidence was worth considerably more than one that simply repeated itself. Sorrel spent the morning before the demonstration walking the crowd line herself, marking the safest distances by eye the same way she once judged a hunting ground, and posted 2 hunters at either edge to hold people back if the excitement pushed anyone closer than the blast allowed. I am not letting today's proof cost us a burned bystander, she told me, and I agreed completely, since a demonstration meant to convert skeptics would only ever convert them if it also kept every one of them safe. We set the charge at midday, in full view of the gathered council and half the Warren besides, packed carefully into the collapsed shaft the way I had rehearsed it twice already in private. Sapovenches gandis auspoaris. I gave the count out loud, the way I would come to give it many times after this first one. Everyone well clear, ears covered, and lit the fuse myself rather than trust the moment to anyone who had not already seen what a misjudged charge could do. The blast cracked the rubble clean, dust and stone lifting in one controlled column, and when it settled, the shaft stood open again, water already pooling visibly at the bottom, where none had reached in 2 days. The gathered crowd went silent first, then loud all at once, a wave of noise that had nothing performed about it, disbelief breaking into something closer to awe in the space of a single held breath. Kest, standing near the front of the crowd rather than flinching back from it, told me afterward the sound had startled him same as anyone, but that watching it clear the shaft instead of hurting anyone had done something to quiet the flinch faster than any of our private talks had managed. Padrig, closer to the front than Hala would have liked, cheered louder than anyone his age had any business cheering, and I caught Hala's eye across the crowd, both of us thinking, I suspect, of exactly how far that boy had come since the fever that nearly took him. Whistlewood stood very still through all of it, watching the actual result rather than the noise, and when the crowd's reaction settled, he was the one who spoke first. I will say plainly, in front of this same council I raised my objection to, that the demonstration served this warren well today, he said. My caution about being heard stands. My doubt about whether the tool itself has value does not. That cost him nothing material, and everyone in that ring knew exactly what it cost him anyway. A public correction of his own stated fear, witnessed by the same people who had heard the fear stated first. Doc Yarrow happened to be passing through that same week, delivering herbs to Hala's door, and stood at the edge of the crowd through the whole demonstration without saying a word until the dust had settled. He asked Bracken, unprompted, what this warren's disease numbers looked like this season compared to last, and when she told him, he compared them out loud right there to a Cordell garrison's own reported rates from a season he happened to remember clearly. Lower than a garrison with a trained physician on staff, he said, half to himself, half to anyone close enough to hear it. I have spent 20 years dismissing Warren medicine as guesswork. I may owe this one an apology I did not expect to be giving today. Nobody pressed him on it. He said it once, plainly, and went back to Hala's door, still turning the comparison over in his own head. And a conversion that quiet is worth considerably more than any speech he could have made about it. I caught him alone for a moment before he left and asked, honestly curious, what had actually changed his mind, since I had expected a demonstration of the barrel to impress him, not a conversation about drainage numbers. The barrel is a trick, however useful, he said. Anyone can be startled by a loud trick. Fewer sick children is not a trick. That takes years to fake, and you clearly have not had years, which means you are not faking it. I told him that was the most precise compliment I had received since arriving in this warren, and he allowed himself a dry, tired smile before heading back to Hala's door and whatever herbs still needed sorting. Bracken, overhearing the exchange, remarked afterward that a season of watching Yarrow update his own certainty in public had taught the council more about how conversion actually happens than any speech I could have given from the start. People do not change their minds because you argue well, she said. They change their minds because the world keeps proving you right in front of them, one number at a time. The celebration that followed was real and unguarded, in a way little in this warren's recent months had been. Food shared, the day's tension finally allowed to unclench into something closer to relief. Gorik led a small procession around the restored well shaft, blessing it properly this time in front of a crowd that actually wanted the ceremony rather than merely tolerating it, and I let him have the whole moment without once mentioning chemistry. A handful of traders who had drifted through on other business stayed for the noise, drawn in the way any crowd draws in strangers passing close enough to notice it, and I did not think twice about their presence among so many familiar faces. That, in hindsight, was exactly the carelessness that cost me, and I would not understand the full price of it until well after the crowd had gone home. Somewhere in that noise and crowding, unnoticed by anyone including me, a hand I never saw slipped into the satchel where I kept my working notebook, and came away with 3 loose pages I would not miss until that night. I did not know it had happened yet. I only knew the well was flowing again, Whistlewood had conceded a point in public without losing an argument, and Doc Yarrow was quietly rewriting 20 years of his own certainty at Hala's kitchen table. Bracken read the new clean score that evening, 47. The well's restoration and the season's food surplus both counted into a number that climbed faster than any single week had managed since the first score went up. Syl found me afterward, counting the day's events on her fingers the way she does, one well fixed, one skeptic converted twice over, one number climbing faster than the last one had. She had spent the celebration the way she spends most crowds, drifting near the edges, watching faces instead of joining the noise, and she mentioned, almost in passing, that she had not recognized every traitor in that crowd from the usual circuit. Strangers turn up for a party, I told her, not thinking much of it at the time, and she agreed, though she said she intended to remember a few of their faces anyway, out of habit rather than suspicion. I wish now I had asked her which faces, that same night, instead of assuming the day's good news, had earned us one evening free of counting threats. That is a good day, she said, and then, quieter, watching the last of the crowd disperse toward their den mouths. Good days like this one always feel like they cost something we have not noticed yet. I told her she was probably right, though I had no evidence for it yet. Only the same low unease I had carried since Mott's road turned south weeks before, a feeling I could not price and did not yet know how to act on. I went to file the day's notes before sleep and found the gap in my satchel exactly where 3 pages should have been, and stood there a long moment in the quiet, doing arithmetic on how long ago the crowd had thinned enough for a stranger's hand to work unnoticed. I counted the gap in my satchel 3 times before I let myself believe it. The way you check an empty pocket, hoping the coin will reappear if you look hard enough. 3 pages gone, the exact 3 where I had written out yield ratios in my own private shorthand, short of the whole recipe, though enough for someone patient to start reconstructing the rest of it. Sorrel came the moment I found her, and we walked the celebration ground together in the dark, retracing who had stood where, who had drifted near my satchel, who among the visiting traders nobody quite remembered inviting. It happened during the well blast celebration, I told her. Too many strangers, too much noise, exactly the kind of crowd a careful thief would wait for. He narrowed it fast. The traders who had drifted in for the noise had already left by dusk, a small party heading north along the same road Mott's wagon had taken weeks before, and neither of us liked the shape of that coincidence. Bracken authorized pursuit before I had finished asking for it, calm and immediate, in the way she handled every threat that had already cost this Warren something real. This is not the same as the ash trade he tried before, she said, already sending word to the hunter's den. That was a man testing a door. This is a man who found it unlocked and walked through it. We answer accordingly. I agreed, though some part of me was still doing the arithmetic on how much of my own carelessness had left that door open in the first place. 3 years of caution undone by one evening of good news and an unwatched satchel. Est asked to lead the tracking party himself, and Sorrel let him, 2 seasoned hunters flanking him rather than leading, a real test dressed up as ordinary duty. They caught the trading party a half day out, still close enough to Bramble Hollow's reach that Kest's crew closed the distance well before nightfall. Kest told it plainly afterward, no embellishment, the way I was learning most of this Warren's hunters preferred to report. We flanked wide before we showed ourselves, he said, gave them no clean road to scatter down. That much I had actually learned from watching you plan the reroute back in the drought. I told him that was the first time anyone had credited an irrigation ditch with improving their tactics, and he said, deadpan, that a good idea did not much care what job it was originally built for. The 2 hunters flanking him confirmed the same account separately when I asked them later, unprompted, which told me Kest had briefed his crew clearly enough that nobody needed to guess at the plan mid-pursuit. He does not just give orders anymore, one of them told me. He explains the reasoning first, fast, so if something goes wrong, we can still make the right call without him standing over us. I rode out with them once word came back, needing to see the confrontation myself rather than wait for a second-hand account of who had taken something that belonged, in every sense that mattered, to me alone to lose. The party scattered slightly at the sight of armed hunters, all except one man who stood his ground with the particular stillness of someone who had planned for exactly this outcome. He called himself something else to the other traders, but I recognized the careful, unhurried way he had once asked about Ash and Lie, and said his real name before he could offer a false one. Mott, I said, and watched something in his face confirm it even as his mouth kept working toward a denial that never quite finished forming. Under Kest's spear and Sorrel's flat stare, he stopped bothering with the denial entirely. I work for the Ash Road cartel, he said, plainly, the way a man admits a fact he has decided is no longer worth the energy of hiding. Not any single buyer. The cartel deals in exactly this kind of secret. Tamsin was among the party, having joined their road for trade reasons of her own, and her face went through several calculations at once before settling on something close to dread. Sorrel turned on her immediately. You have sold Mott's circle information before, she said. Not a question. I know it because you told me yourself, back when it seemed like harmless gossip money. Tamsin did not deny it either, which told me everything about how thin the line had always been between her usual business and the danger currently standing in front of us with a spear at his chest. I did not know what he wanted the information for, Tamsin said. I sell what I hear. I do not follow it home to see what becomes of it. That is not the same as innocent, Sorrel told her, cold in a way I had not heard her use on Tamsin before, and Tamsin, for once, had no clever answer ready. I turned back to Mott while that landed, because the pages mattered more right now than settling Tamsin's account. Where are my 3 pages? I asked him. He produced them without much resistance, folded inside his coat, and I felt something in my chest unclench slightly at the sight of my own handwriting again. Safe, recovered, back where it belonged. That relief lasted exactly as long as it took him to keep talking. A copy left with a courier 2 days ago, he said, before your hunters ever caught this road. I am telling you that honestly, because lying about it buys me nothing once you have already caught me. Why tell me the truth at all? I asked him, when a lie might have sent us chasing shadows instead of a real courier. He answered without any real hesitation, which unsettled me more than a lie would have. Because the cartel does not reward agents who get their employer's remaining assets hunted down over a lie that only delays the inevitable, he said. I am caught. I would rather leave this warren with my honesty intact than my employer's patience exhausted on top of everything else. It was the most useful sentence a genuinely dishonest man had ever handed me, and I put it away without deciding yet what to do with it. Sorrel asked him, coldly, whether the cartel had ever considered what happens to an agent who gets caught twice, and Mott answered with the same flat calculation he had used on every other question that day. There will not be a second time, he said. Once a warren catches me, I am worth more to my employer retired than replaced. Since a caught agent talking freely to a rival is a liability, neither side wants walking around loose. I asked where the courier was headed, and he told me he genuinely did not know, only that it traveled toward wherever the cartel's nearest buyer currently sat, which could have been any of a dozen towns between here and the coast. So the theft is only half undone, I said, mostly to myself, doing the arithmetic on what 3 recovered pages actually meant against 1 copy already loose in a world I could not chase it across. Bracken had sent clear instructions before we left, and Sorrel carried them out exactly as given. We are not executing you, she told Mott, nor enslaving you to work off what you have taken. You will be expelled from every warren under this council's word, and you will not test whether that mercy extends twice. Mott took the mercy with the same flat calculation he had brought to everything else that day, neither grateful nor defiant, simply noting the terms and filing them the way a man files any cost of doing business. The rest of the trading party went with him, expelled together rather than picked apart individually, since none of them had done anything Bramble Hollow could prove beyond traveling in bad company. Tamsin was the exception and the hardest case, because she had not stolen anything, only sold words that had made the theft easier for someone else to plan. Sorrel would not look at her directly on the ride back. You knew what kind of man you were talking to, she said eventually, when the silence had gone on longer than either of us could stand. Sold him gossip anyway, because gossip pays, she went on, and now 3 pages of a man's whole second life are on their way to people who will use them against everyone who trusted him. I decided. I did not know it would come to this, Tamsin said, and I believe that was true, though true did not undo the damage any more than Mott's honesty had undone the missing copy. I am not telling you to leave, Sorrel said finally. I am telling you that whatever trust we had built is spent, and you will have to earn a new balance from nothing, the same as any stranger would. Tamsin took that better than I expected, quiet the rest of the ride, and I understood watching her that something real had actually broken between them, not performed anger, but an honest accounting come due. I asked Sorrel, once the silence had stretched long enough that I felt safe breaking it, how long she thought we had before whoever bought that copy worked out what it was actually describing. Longer than you fear and shorter than you want, she said. Nobody reads a stranger's shorthand and builds a weapon out of it in one season, but somebody eventually reads it sitting beside something else that explains it. I am still willing to trade fairly, Tamsin said, near the boundary marker, to nobody in particular, as though testing whether the offer would even be heard. I am not asking to be forgiven today. I am asking not to be shut out of every door in this warren forever. Nobody answered her directly, which was answer enough, and she rode on toward the crossroads alone once we reached the marker, carrying whatever she intended to do about the space Sorrel had just measured out between them. I wondered, watching her go, whether the standing trade rate we had settled weeks earlier would survive this at all, or whether Bramble Hollow had just lost a genuinely useful source of outside information over a debt she had not fully understood she was accumulating. Bracken tightened notebook security the moment we returned, a locked chest instead of a satchel, a witness required whenever the pages left my own hands, procedural fixes that closed the easy gap even though they could do nothing about the copy already gone. Gorick volunteered to be one of the standing witnesses, half out of genuine concern and half, I suspected, because it gave him official reason to keep learning the true chemistry alongside the ceremonial version. He still preferred to speak aloud in front of the crew. I decide do not mind being counted on twice, he told me. Once for the earth, once for the ledger. A man my age takes whatever purpose still wants him. Bracken asked whether a locked chest was truly enough given how easily Mott had walked off with 3 pages in the first place, and I told her honestly that no lock stops a determined thief forever, only slows one down long enough for a witness to notice. That is all any of our defenses have ever really done, she said, slowed the taking down long enough for someone honest to notice. I suppose that is worth remembering the next time any of us feels too safe. I sat with Searle at the pit line that night, both of us tired in the particular way that comes from a day spent recovering only half of what was lost. We got the man, I said. We got the pages that were still in reach. We did not get back what is already beyond reach. That is most victories out here, Sorrel said. You take back what you can and you watch the rest carefully, instead of pretending it is gone for good. I asked her honestly whether she regretted how hard she had come down on Tamsin, since I wondered whether the loss of a useful contact was a cost we could have avoided with a gentler hand. I do not regret the truth of what I said, Searle told me. I regret that it needed saying at all. Those are different things, and I am allowed to feel both of them at once without one canceling the other out. I had no argument against any of that, and I told her so, and she accepted it the way she accepted most compliments, by changing the subject before it could sit too long between us. Syl asked me directly whether we should be afraid of what the cartel would do with a partial copy, and I gave her the honest answer instead of a comforting one, because she had earned honesty from me by now several times over. I do not know yet, I told her. I know it is loose, and I know it will not stay forgotten, and I know we cannot chase a courier we never saw across country we do not control. All we can do is keep building faster than whoever finds it can catch up. She took that without complaint, the way she takes every hard truth I have ever handed her, though I noticed she started watching every new face at Bramble Hollow's boundary a little more carefully after that day, the same way I had started watching my own satchel. Clean score held steady rather than climbing that week, the whole Warren's attention spent on security instead of expansion, and Bracken logged it plainly at council as the cost of a threat that had, for now, been driven off rather than defeated outright. What arrived next did not bother with stolen pages at all. Grum Ashgall, stung twice already by a neighbor he could not out-argue, had spent that same season deciding how to answer both insults at once. And he answered them at dawn. Ashgall's raiders hit the outer fields at dawn, faster and better organized than the scout who had tested our boundary weeks before, and I understood within the first minute that this was not a probe anymore. The alarm horn sounded twice, the signal for real trouble rather than a drill, and I was out of bed and running before I had fully processed what my own feet were doing. Sorrel was already moving toward the fields when I caught up to her, knife out, calling orders to hunters half-dressed and grabbing whatever weapon was nearest their hands. They are hitting the grain stores first, she said, reading the raiders' formation at a glance in a way I still could not match, no matter how many months I spent trying. That is not a raid for pride. That is a raid meant to hurt us, where it costs the most to recover. Our normal hunters held the first line as long as they could, but Ashgal's men came in twice the numbers we had braced for, and I watched two of our own get driven back from the grain store's outer fence within minutes. I counted raiders as I ran, the way I count everything, and stopped somewhere past 30 before losing the thread entirely in the dust and noise, which told me on its own that this was no ordinary probe. This was a real testing force, sent to find out exactly what Bramble Hollow could and could not hold, and the fence line was not going to hold it on hunters and arrows alone. Bracken reached the council ring at a dead run, older than any of us, but faster than I expected, and made the call before anyone else had time to suggest it to her. "Arm the crew," she said, loud enough for every hunter near enough to hear it. "Powder weapons now, in the open. I am giving that order myself, in front of all of you, and I will answer for it myself after." That was the whole decision, stated once, owned completely. No committee, no delay. And I felt something settle in my chest at hearing her claim it so plainly in the middle of an actual crisis. Two of the older hunters hesitated at the order anyway, glancing toward Whistlewood out of old habit, even though he was nowhere near the field, and Bracken repeated herself once, harder, until they moved. "I do not need your agreement," she told them. "I need your hands. Argue with me tomorrow if we are both still standing to do it." I ran for the storeroom with 2 hunters at my heels and came back with 3 loaded pieces, distributing them fast, keeping the 4th for my own hands since there was no time left to train anyone new on the spot. Tess took the 3rd piece from me with hands that were already shaking, and I saw the exact moment the old prey instinct rose up in him, the same one that had frozen him over a dropped crate weeks before. Except this time, the stakes were a raiding party closing on the grain stores. He froze. Not from cowardice, not from anything he could have talked himself out of by will alone, just the same old wiring taking over completely, his whole body locked around a piece that could have turned this fight if it had fired even once. I did not take the weapon from him. Every instinct I had said to grab it and fire it myself, faster, safer, certain, and I made myself ignore every one of those instincts instead. "Kest," I said, right next to his ear, steady as I could make my voice. "Look at the piece, not the raiders, the piece. Tell me what you see." "Barrel," he said, barely audible, but talking, which was the whole point, the freeze already loosening its grip 1 word at a time. "Good," I told him. "Now tell me the count. How many steps to the flash pan? Say it out loud the way I taught you." 3, he said, voice steadying fractionally with each word. Prime, pack, aim, exactly the order I had drilled into him on an unloaded piece every evening since the day the well shaft came down. "Do it," I told him, out loud, every step, and I will stand right here the whole time it takes you to finish. He did it, narrating his own hands the way I had once narrated my own fear against a cesspit wall with a stolen torch in my grip. And when he reached aim, he was already more present than he had been a full minute earlier. "Fire when you are ready," I told him, and step back rather than crowd him, because the last thing that moment needed was me making his decision for him. He fired. The flash and crack rolled across the field exactly the way it had at the well shaft, and the nearest raiders flinched harder than Kest ever had, several of them breaking stride entirely at a sound they had never once prepared for. 2 more shots followed, mine and the other loaded piece, and the raiding line that had been pressing hard against our fence buckled all at once, raiders scattering back toward the tree line, rather than press an attack against something that sounded like thunder with a grudge. It was a rout, not a massacre. Nobody on either side fell seriously hurt in that first break, and I registered, even in the noise and adrenaline, how much that fact mattered to what this would become once word of it spread. 2 hunters at the fence had the sense to hold their position, rather than chase the breaking line into the trees, a discipline I had not explicitly ordered and had no time to be grateful for until well after the field had gone quiet. That restraint, small and unplanned as it was in the moment, would matter more in the weeks ahead than any single shot fired that morning, though none of us standing in the smoke and noise had room to think that far forward yet. Sorrel was not so lucky. She had gone wide of the main line to cover 2 younger hunters caught exposed near the fence, and a raider's blade caught her along the ribs before she put him down herself. I saw her go down to one knee, and every calculation in my head emptied out at once, replaced by nothing but her name and the distance between us. I reached her before the 2 younger hunters did, and she waved me off with the same stubborn refusal she had shown at the pit line months before. insisting she could still stand even as the blood said otherwise. "It looks worse than it is," she said, which I did not believe for 1 second, though I let her keep saying it while I pressed a torn strip of shirt hard against the wound to slow what I could see plainly enough on my own. Kest reloaded without being told, standing his ground over both of us while 2 other hunters helped drive the last of the retreating raiders clear of the fence line entirely. The field went quiet within another few minutes, raiders gone, grain stores intact, the whole engagement over faster than the alarm horn's echo had finished dying across the valley. 2 of the younger hunters Sorrel had covered found me afterward, both unhurt, both clearly shaken by how close the line had come to breaking around them, and thanked her before they thanked anyone else, which struck me as exactly the right order of gratitude for that morning. She waved off their thanks the same way she waved off mine, though I noticed she did not correct them when they called it the bravest thing they had ever watched a commander do. I carried Sorrel back myself, rather than wait for a stretcher, and she complained about the indignity of it the entire way, which I took as a good sign, since a person too hurt to complain is a person in far worse trouble. Doc Yarrow, still visiting on his slower circuit through the region, happened to be at Hala's door when we arrived, and had Sorrel's wound cleaned and properly stitched within the hour, muttering the whole time about Warrens that keep finding new ways to need him. "She will heal," he told me, plainly, once the stitching was done. "She will not be fit for the field for some weeks, which I suspect she will fight you about every single day between now and then." He was, predictably, exactly right. Starting that same evening, when Sorrel tried to stand and check the perimeter herself before Bracken physically ordered her back down. Kest came to find me once the field had been secured, still pale, still shaking slightly, though steadier than he had been an hour before. "I froze," he said, flat, like he needed to say it out loud before anyone else could. "Right when it mattered most, I froze." "You froze, and then you unfroze, and then you held the line," I told him. "That is not the account of a man who failed. That is the account of a man who has now proven he can come back from it under real fire, which is worth more than never freezing at all." He did not fully believe me yet. I could see that, though he took the words anyway, and I suspected he would need to hear some version of them again before the doubt finally quieted for good. Sorrel, overhearing from where Yarrow was still working on her side, added her own account without being asked. "I have seen seasoned hunters freeze on their first real kill," she told him. "What you did after the freeze is what is worth remembering, not the freeze itself." He took that better coming from her than from me, which I understood completely and did not resent even slightly. Word of what happened at the fields spread through the fleeing raiders faster than any courier could have carried it. "Thunder that isn't lightning," one survivor was overheard calling it, already halfway back toward Grafenhold territory by the time our own scouts confirmed the retreat was real and not a feint. Ashgal himself, we learned later from a distant watcher, one of our hunters spotted on the ridge, had observed the whole engagement from cover rather than lead the raid personally, testing Bramble Hollow's actual strength before committing his own name to the outcome. What he saw, according to that same watcher, was not a slaughter. His own raiders broke and ran, and nobody at the fence pursued them past the tree line to finish what the raid itself had started. Mercy extended to men who had come here meaning harm. I do not know yet what Ashgal made of that restraint, whether it read to him as weakness or as something closer to the equal he had refused to negotiate with at the border stones weeks before. Syl counted the raiders' bodies left on the field before anyone else thought to, and reported back that the number was exactly 0. Which she stated flatly to Bracken like it was the only number in the whole account that actually mattered. "That is not the kind of number Vantor would have let stand," she added, quieter, and I understood she was thinking of old Fen, and of the crackdown that had followed our own escape all those months ago, a comparison none of us needed spoken aloud to feel. Bracken called council that same evening. Wounded and exhausted crew gathered around her and stated plainly what all of us already understood without needing it said aloud. "We are not a secret anymore," she said. "Whatever this Warren was before this morning, quiet, unremarkable, easy to overlook, that ended today. Rumor of what just happened here is already moving faster than we can control it." Whistlewood did not say "I told you so," though every line of his posture carried the weight of a caution now fully, painfully vindicated, and Bracken thanked him for that restraint without either of them needing to name it directly. Bracken chalked the new number herself that evening, hands steadier than I expected, given the day, and read it aloud to a ring far quieter than the one that had cheered the well shaft weeks before. Clean score climbed on the raid's own strange arithmetic. The fields saved, the grain stores untouched, even as the cost sat plainly visible in Sorrel's bandaged side and Kest's still unsteady hands. Nobody cheered this number the way they had the last one, and Bracken did not ask them to. Some scores get earned quietly, she said, and this is one of them. I sat with Sorrel that night while she slept fitfully, her breathing uneven around the stitches, and did the same arithmetic I always do when I do not want to feel a thing directly. 1 wounded ally, 0 dead on either side. 1 route that will be retold as something far larger than it actually was. In every direction, word can travel from here. That word would travel considerably further than any of us guessed, and it would stop being a rumor traders repeated for drink money the moment a crown officer decided it was worth writing down and sealing. I only knew that whatever quiet obscurity had protected this warren since the day Sorrel's arrow first found my collarbone was already gone, spent in a single dawn, and there was no version of tomorrow that let us buy it back. Sorrel healed slower than either of us wanted to admit out loud, the stitches holding, but the strength beneath them slow to return, and by the end of the first week, she had to do something I had never once seen her do before, which was hand her command to someone else. Kest, she said, flat, hating every word of it, you have the field until I can hold a bow again without my whole side screaming about it. He took the responsibility the way I was learning. He took everything now, seriously, quietly, without the swagger a younger man might have worn it with, and I watched Sorrel force herself to let him make calls she would once have made herself without a second thought. I do not enjoy this, she told me one evening, watching Kest organize the watch rotation from a distance she was clearly resenting. Not because I doubt him, because I have never once had to trust someone else with this warren's safety while I sat still and did nothing about it. Trusting him with it is not nothing, I told her, and she gave me a look that said she knew that already and disliked hearing it anyway, which was fair enough of her. Kest handled the watch rotation more carefully than I expected, walking the fence line twice a day rather than once, asking older hunters for their read on weather and ground before making a call rather than simply issuing one. He came to me privately after his second day in charge and asked whether he was allowed to admit he did not know something or whether command meant pretending certainty even when he did not feel it. Sorrel never pretended certainty with me, I told him. Not once. Not even at the pit line the first night we met. She just made the best call she had and said so plainly, that is the only kind of command worth having. He seemed to turn that over for a long moment, the same way Torvin had once turned over a stubborn root shelf, before nodding and going back to his rounds with something steadier in his step. 2 of the older hunters tested him gently over the following days, small pushbacks on minor calls, the kind of quiet probing that happens whenever a young commander takes a post his elders once held. Est held his ground on the calls that mattered and yielded gracefully on the ones that did not, and by the end of the week, the testing had simply stopped. He knows which hills are worth dying on, one of the older hunters told me, approvingly, and that is not a thing most men his age have learned yet. A rider was spotted at our boundary a few days later, not attacking, only asking, working the edges of the trade road the way a man works a problem he does not want to approach directly. Sorrel's watch intercepted him before he got far, and rather than let the questions drift unanswered into rumor, they brought him in and let Bracken question him herself. He wanted to know about a warren weapon, thunder without lightning, the same phrase the fleeing raiders had apparently carried halfway across the region already. I heard it from a trader. Who heard it from a trader, he told Bracken, plainly frightened now that he sat inside the den ring rather than skirting its edge. I only wanted to see if it was true before I decided whether to avoid this road for good. Bracken let him go with nothing more than a warning, which told me clearly that this warren's mercy was not reserved only for defeated enemies, and the rider left faster than he had arrived. That same week, Wren's smuggler ship put in along the river route, with goods and, more valuably, news from Sowell's Cross, carried through channels that had nothing to do with official couriers or garrison reports. Wren was a weathered, unbothered man who dealt in exactly the kind of information nobody official wanted moved, and he delivered his report to Bracken and me both, flat and businesslike, the way he clearly delivered everything. Old Fen is alive, he said, crippled bad in the crackdown after your escape, from what my contacts tell it. Walks with a stick now, if he walks at all some days. Still under Vantor's authority, working what he can from a chair when the reeve allows it. I had known, in the vague cold shape of it, since the marsh road the night we ran, but hearing it confirmed outright with a specific and lasting injury attached to it landed harder than the not knowing ever had. I asked Ren, as steadily as I could manage, "Você sabe magasta associar frame?" Whether there was any way to reach him, a message, "Honsusako soos alasansain iandurns coins smuggled through," anything that might ease even a fraction of what he was carrying on our behalf. Vantor watches him closer than any other worker on that crew, Ren said. Made an example of him on purpose, I would guess, to remind the rest what happens to anyone who stands between him and a man he wants punished. A message now would likely cost the old man more than it would give him. That answer sat in my chest like a stone the rest of the evening, useless and heavy, a debt I could name precisely and do nothing yet to repay. Ren, watching me carry that weight without saying anything further, added one thing before he left to unload his cargo. "Debts like this one do not stay unpaid forever," he said. I have seen stranger reversals than a crippled old man walking free someday, he added. "Keep building whatever it is you are building, and the day may come sooner than either of us expects." I did not know yet how right he would turn out to be, only that his rough comfort was the closest thing to hope I had been offered all evening. Syl was in the room when Ren said it, and I watched her go very still in the way she does right before something breaks loose in her that she has been holding down a long time. "That is my fault," she said, quiet, not looking at either of us. If I had stayed instead of running, if I had helped him instead of grabbing that stub off the table, he might not have been standing where they could reach him. Ice sunlubais. Hi Dubais. I did not correct her gently, because gentle lies do not actually help the people you love, and I have never once believed they did. "You did not put the boots on him," I told her. "Vantor's men did that, on Vantor's order, because I forced an arithmetic reversal he could not forgive either of us for." "That does not mean it is not sad that you ran," I added, "because it was sad, and telling you otherwise would be the kind of comfortable lie I have never offered you. It means the blame belongs to the man who gave the order, not the girl who saved a piece of evidence that might yet be the thing that frees him." She did not fully accept that night, and I did not expect her to. Only hoped the words would sit somewhere useful until she was ready to actually use them. She started keeping a private tally after that, I noticed, small marks scratched into the corner of her own belongings, and when I finally asked what they counted, she told me plainly, days until old Fen is free, though she admitted she had no real number to count down from yet. "That is not really a tally then," I told her, gently, and she said she knew that and was keeping it anyway, because an unfinished count still felt better in her hands than no count at all. Padraig came to me a few days later, healthy and sturdy in every way that mattered now, and asked, with the particular seriousness only a child can bring to a request that matters enormously to them, to train with Kest's crew. "I am not asking to fight raiders tomorrow," he said, clearly rehearsed. "I am asking to learn the way Kest learned, so that when I am old enough, it is not the first time my hands have held anything real." Bracken heard the request and allowed it on limited terms. Supervised drills only, no live powder, Kest personally responsible for every session, which was exactly the kind of careful yes this warren had built itself on. I watched Padraig's first drill from the fence line, small and serious among older recruits, and thought of the fevered boy I had knelt beside on my first night in this warren, and felt something that was not quite pride and not quite grief settle somewhere behind my ribs. Kest ran the drill with real patience, showing Padraig the same three-step count I had once talked him through under actual fire, prime, pack, aim, and I recognized, watching it passed from one generation of this warren's defenders to the next, exactly how far a single lesson could travel once it took root properly. Padraig stumbled the count twice in his first hour, and both times Kest simply had him repeat it, rather than correcting him sharply. The same patient method I remembered Corbin using on his own brother's digging angle, back when this whole warren was still learning how to fix its own water. By the end of the session, Padraig ran the count clean 3 times in a row, and the small, fierce pride on his face when Kest finally nodded approval was worth more to me than any number on Bracken's board that week. Hala watched from the fence beside me, arms crossed, saying nothing for a long while before admitting quietly that she had once sworn her grandson would never touch a weapon of any kind as long as she drew breath. Watching him drill safely under Kest's eye had done more to change her mind than any argument could have, she said. And I did not press her further because some conversions need to be left alone once they finally arrive. Gorik and I spent that same week turning the niter pits into something closer to a proper refinery, walls raised, storage formalized, his reed vent cover folded permanently into the standard design rather than treated as one clever fix among many. He brought me something new while we worked. A measure of fine ash he had been testing in secret, worked into the fuse cord itself, and demonstrated it burning noticeably slower and steadier than the raw cord we had been using. It should not work, I told him honestly, turning the burnt cord over in my hands, and yet here it is, working exactly the way you claimed it would. The earth answers when asked with patience, he said, though I caught the small private smile that told me he understood by now exactly how much of that answer was chemistry and how much was showmanship, and had made his peace with needing both. Widow Hala stopped by the refinery that same afternoon, and in front of a still lingering skeptic from the far den ring, she said outright that this Warren owed Wick more than most of them had ever properly said out loud, and that she intended to keep saying it until the debt felt paid. The skeptic did not argue with her, which told me more about how far the season had moved this Warren's opinion than any council vote could have. She did not call me Muckwitch when she said it either, which I noticed mainly because everyone else in that refinery still did, and because the version the powder crew had started using among themselves had quietly dropped the witch and put something considerably harder to live up to in its place. The skeptic introduced himself afterward as Fennec, a Badgerkin farmer from the far den ring, who admitted he had avoided the refinery entirely until that day, more out of old habit than any real objection he could name clearly. I do not know chemistry, and I do not need to, he told me. I know my own fields flood less than they used to, and my grandchildren cough less in winter. That is the only arithmetic I have ever needed to trust a man. I told Hala, honestly, that the debt ran both directions, that Padraig's recovery had taught me as much about this Warrensworth as anything I had built since, and she waved that off the way she waved off most compliments aimed back at her, with a sharp look that meant she had heard it and would keep it to herself. Fennec lingered a while longer, watching Torvin and Bram check the vent flags with the same careful ritual they performed every morning now, and admitted that seeing the two of them still working the pits after their own near miss had done more to settle his nerves than any explanation I could have offered. Men who got hurt and came back are more convincing than men who never got hurt at all, he said, which struck me as true in a way I had not quite put into words myself. Whistlewood found me at the refinery's new gate before the day was out, and for once his caution came wrapped in something closer to urgency than objection. The rumor is loose now, whether we wanted it or not, he said. I am no longer asking you to be quiet. I am asking this council to be ready, formally, with a real plan, instead of reacting fresh to every new threat as it happens to arrive. I agreed with him completely, and told him so, and we brought the request to Bracken together that same evening, which I think surprised both of us as much as it surprised her. Bracken approved a formal readiness council on the spot, folding Whistlewood's caution and my own defenses into one working plan rather than two separate arguments competing for the same attention. Clean score climbed to 54 that week. The refinery's formalization counted alongside the field saved and the raid repelled, Tyr holding steady at sea while the whole community absorbed everything the last fortnight had cost it. I sat with Sorrel again that night, her strength returning day by day even as she chafed at every hour it was not returning fast enough, and told her everything Wren had confirmed about old Fen. We will get him free eventually, she said, with the same flat certainty she brought to every hard promise. Not today, not this season, probably, but eventually, because you do not let a debt like that sit unpaid forever. And neither, I am learning, do I. I believed her, and I let myself hope quietly that eventually would come sooner than either of us currently had any real reason to expect. Bracken called me to the council ring the morning after the readiness plan was formalized, and I arrived already thinking about bed expansion rather than whatever she actually wanted to discuss. We need to send a controlled account of the raid to the nearby settlements, she said, before rumor finishes distorting it into something none of us can recognize or correct later. Our own version, told first, told accurately. That will cost days, I told her. Days we could spend doubling the refinery's output, while Tyr still has room to climb this season. I do not see what a careful account buys us, that a stronger arsenal does not buy us faster. Sorrel, still healing, but present at every council now regardless, spoke before Bracken could answer. Being right about the engineering does not make you right about the risk, she said, flat and direct. The way she said everything that actually mattered to her. I have been right about the engineering every single time so far, I said, which even as I said it sounded worse than I meant it. And Sorrel's expression told me she had heard exactly the arrogance underneath the sentence that I had not intended to put there. Noa sandale chaos. For true, that is precisely the blind spot I am naming, she said. You keep proving yourself right about pits and yields and vents, and somewhere in all that proof, you have started assuming you are equally right about politics, which you have never once actually tested. Whistlewood, present for the exchange, added his own weight to Sorrel's without any satisfaction in doing so. I have watched capable men mistake one kind of competence for another my whole life, he said. It is not a character flaw, he added. It is simply a blind spot, and every blind spot eventually costs something if nobody names it in time. I heard all three of them. I want to be clear about that. I heard the warnings stated plainly from three people whose judgment I trusted more than my own on nearly everything else. And I still did not agree with any of it fully in the moment. I let the bed expansion win the argument in practice rather than in words, prioritizing my own time on new construction instead of the outreach Bracken had asked for, telling myself the delay would only be a few days, a rationalization that felt reasonable right up until it stopped being true. Bracken did not force the issue. She let my choice stand, the way she let most choices stand once she had stated her own position plainly, trusting the consequence to teach what argument had not. I spent the next several days exactly where I wanted to be, deep in bed expansion, yield climbing, purity improving, every number I could measure, telling me I was making the right call. 2 new beds went live that week, crocks stacking faster than I had dared plan for a month earlier, and I remember standing over the tally, feeling genuinely proud of numbers that, in hindsight, were measuring the wrong problem entirely. Gorik blessed both new beds without being asked, and remarked afterward, almost as an aside, that a man who spends every hour in the pits eventually forgets there is a whole warren living above them that also needs tending. I did not take the remark as seriously as I should have at the time, filing it as one of his usual observations rather than the warning it actually was. Syl noticed before I did, actually. She asked once, almost in passing, whether anyone had actually ridden out to the nearer settlements, yet the way Bracken wanted. I told her it was coming, soon, once the current expansion phase settled, which was the same answer I kept giving myself every morning that passed without it happening. She did not push further, trusting my judgment the way she usually did, which I have since come to understand was its own quiet cost of the mistake. A girl who trusted me getting the same overconfident answer everyone else was getting. She did mention a few days later that Corbin had asked her the same question, whether the outreach had actually gone out yet, which meant the whole warren had started noticing the gap before I was willing to admit it existed. People are starting to wonder if you forgot, she told me, plainly. And I told her I had not forgotten, only postponed, a distinction that felt meaningful to me at the time, and considerably less meaningful once the consequences actually arrived. Tamsin, still working her own trade circuit despite the fracture with Sorrel, happened to be at a Cordell garrison on unrelated business when a frightened witness gave his account of the raid to a garrison officer taking formal reports. She watched it happen from close enough to hear every word, and what she heard was not the accurate, modest account Bracken had wanted told first. It was Godweapon, Warren of Thunder, phrases the officer wrote down without once asking whether they were literally true. Witness himself, Tamsin told me, was clearly terrified rather than lying outright, a man who had genuinely seen thunder come out of the ground and had no better language available to describe it than the largest words he owned. The officer did not correct him, did not press for specifics, simply wrote the account down exactly as given and filed it with a seal that told Tamsin, from long experience reading which reports actually move fast through a garrison, that this one was headed toward the capital within days. She rode 2 days out of her way to bring the report to me directly, unasked, which told me something about where her loyalty had actually settled even after everything Sorrel had said to her. She waited at the boundary rather than send word ahead, arms crossed, clearly braced for me to turn her away the same way Sorrel had months before, and seemed almost surprised when I simply thanked her and asked her to sit while she told me everything she had seen. "You do not have to make this easy for me," she said, part warning and part genuine confusion. I told her I was not making anything easy, only listening to information that mattered regardless of who carried it, which she seemed to need to hear more than she let on. "I am not doing this to earn anything back," she said, standing at Bramble Hollow's boundary rather than coming further in, since I understood by then she did not feel welcome past that line anymore. "I am doing it because you deserve to know what is already moving before it reaches you unprepared." I thanked her and meant it, and she left again without asking for anything in return, which was, I realized only later, its own quiet kind of repayment for a debt neither of us had ever formally named. A second cartel contact, Tamsin told me before she rode out, had approached a Grafenhold trader instead of us directly, working off the partial copy stolen back in the missing pages, trying to reconstruct the recipe secondhand through anyone who might have overheard enough to be useful. Our own trade envoy, sent toward Grafenhold on ordinary business that same week, was turned back bodily at the border by Ashgal's own guards, who cited some garbled combination of the raid's rumor and the cartel's approach as reason enough to shut the road entirely. Ashgal sealed the border rather than risk being caught between Cordell's growing attention and whatever secret Bramble Hollow was actually sitting on, a rational choice from a chief who had already been burned twice by trusting the wrong neighbor. Our envoy came back with nothing but a bruised shoulder and a clear message repeated twice by Ashgal's guards. Grafenhold wants no part of whatever Cordell's court eventually decides to do about your warren, they said. Come back once you know which side of that decision you are actually standing on. That door, which the harvest reroute and the perimeter scare had left cautiously ajar for months, was now closed as firmly as I had ever seen a door close, and I understood immediately how much harder it would be to reopen than it had been to keep held open in the first place. Our envoy, a steady young hunter named Merrick, who had never once faltered on a task before, admitted he had frozen for a moment when Ashgal's guards raised their spears, uncertain whether to press the point or retreat, and had chosen retreat rather than risk turning a closed door into open conflict. I told him he had made the right call and meant it, though the admission cost me something to say plainly, since a more confident envoy pressing the wrong way that same afternoon could have made an already bad situation considerably worse. I learned all of it at once, stacked together, the garrison's exaggerated report already moving toward Cordell's capital, the sealed border, the outreach that had simply never happened because I had chosen bed expansion instead. I sat with the full shape of it a long while before I went to find Bracken and Sorrel, because some failures deserve to be understood completely before you make someone else carry the weight of hearing them. I found them both at the council ring near dusk, and I did not soften what I had to say, because softening it would have been its own kind of dishonesty. The same kind I refused to offer Syl when the truth is not kind. I was wrong, I told them, plainly. Not about the engineering, about the risk. You both told me exactly this would happen if the outreach never went out. And I let bed expansion win because it felt like progress I could measure, and outreach felt like a cost I could not. Bracken did not soften her response either, which I respected even as it landed hard. The outreach was never going to solve itself, she said. That is why it needed you, or someone you trusted enough to send in your place, and instead it simply did not happen at all. Sorrel said less, but what she said cut deeper for its brevity. I told you being right once does not make you right always, she said. I did not expect to be proven correct this fast or this completely. Whistlewood, present for that same conversation, added one thing before I finished. This is the first time I have watched you take a loss without immediately trying to out-argue it, he said. That matters more to me than the mistake itself did. I told him I had run out of arguments worth making, and he said that was, in his experience, usually the exact moment a person actually started learning something real. You have no argument left against either of you, I told them. I only have what I intend to do differently, starting now, if you will still let me be part of deciding it. Every decision that touches this warrant's standing outside its own boundary comes to both of you before I move on it, I said. Not after. Not once the work is already underway and the asking has turned into a formality neither of you can refuse. Bracken studied me for a long moment, the same weighing look she had given me the very first night at the pit line, deciding, I think, whether the promise was worth trusting the way the last one had been. Show me, she said, finally, not today's words. The next decision. That is the only proof I will actually believe. I agreed, and meant it completely, and understood that I had just handed both of them the exact kind of accountability I would need to earn back one real decision at a time, rather than one apology at a time. I wrote out myself the following week to the 2 nearest settlements Bracken had originally wanted contacted, this time with her own written account in hand, rather than my own improvised version of events, and let both of them read the numbers directly rather than hear a second-hand summary. Neither settlement offered an alliance on the spot, and neither turned us away outright either, which felt like exactly the kind of slow, unglamorous progress that honest outreach actually produces. Sorrel found me alone afterward, quieter than the council ring had allowed her to be. I am not angry that you were wrong, she said. I am relieved you can actually say so instead of defending it the way some men would have. That is possibly the kindest thing you have ever said to me, I told her, and she said not to get used to it, though there was less bite in it than she probably intended. I asked her, honestly, whether she had expected this exact failure from the start, or whether even she was surprised by how completely it played out. I expected a smaller version of it, she admitted. I did not expect a sealed border and a report already halfway to the capital. You outdid even my worst guess, which is not a compliment, before you get any ideas about taking it as one. The garrison report, we learned in the days that followed, was already well past the point where any correction from us could catch it, moving steadily toward Cordell's capital, carried by couriers who had no reason to slow down for a Warren's later, quieter version of events. Whatever happened next, whatever Cordell's court eventually decided to do, with a report calling us a god weapon Warren, was no longer a rumor Bramble Hollow could shape from the outside. It was already someone else's problem to interpret, and someone else's decision to act on. I went to sleep that night, with the 10-week clock long since spent, a working arsenal growing steadily behind the den wall, and a political door I had let close through my own choice rather than any enemy's cunning, which stung considerably worse than any enemy ever could have managed alone. Kess spotted the pattern before anyone else did. 3 days of a figure and 2 companions working the ridgeline above Bramble Hollow at exactly the hours a careless watch would have been thinnest. They are not raiders, he told Sorrel, bringing the report to her rather than acting alone, which told me how far his command instincts had come since the midpoint raid. Raiders do not sit still for 3 days taking measurements. Surveyors, Sorrel said, once she had studied the pattern herself. Someone is mapping our defenses properly, patient and careful, which is worse in its own way than another raid would have been. I remembered my promise to both her and Bracken the moment the report reached me, and instead of running straight for a plan of my own, I went and found them first. Exactly as I had said I would. We bring this to full council before anyone moves, I told them. Not because I do not trust my own read on it, but because I said I would stop making that mistake, and I meant it. Bracken approved a controlled response within the hour, a quiet encirclement rather than a loud confrontation, timed for a moment when the watchers were separated enough to take without alerting each other. Sorrel led the capture herself, healed enough now to move fully again, and the takedown went cleanly, one figure isolated and secured, before her 2 companions realized anything had gone wrong at all. I watched her move through the underbrush with the same controlled patience she had once used tracking me down at the boundary line months before. No wasted motion, no noise past what the terrain itself made, and felt an old gratitude renew itself at how far we had both come since that first arrow. She had the surveyor pinned and disarmed before the woman could do more than gasp, professional enough about it that no blood was spilled and no bone broken, exactly the controlled outcome Bracken had asked for. The 2 scouts broke for the garrison road the instant they understood what was happening, and our own crew let them go, rather than risk a fight that would have cost more than it gained, which meant whatever partial account they carried back was now racing ahead of whatever we chose to do with the one we held. Kest wanted to give chase, and said so, before catching himself and deferring to Sorrel's read instead, a small but real sign of exactly the discipline his command had been building toward since the midpoint raid. Let them run, Sorrel told him. A hunter who gives chase into unfamiliar ground for a prisoner not worth the risk is a hunter who has not yet learned the difference between winning and simply refusing to lose. The prisoner gave her name only after Sorrel made clear that silence would not improve her circumstances. Petra Voss, she said, flat, professional, clearly trained to give away as little as possible even under real pressure. I sat in on the questioning myself, and I made the boundary plain before it started, to Sorrel, to Bracken, and to Petra herself. No torture, I said. Firm questions. Real consequences for lies, but nothing that leaves a mark she did not already carry in. Petra's eyebrow moved slightly at that, the first crack in her composure since capture, though she did not comment on it directly. Who sent you? Sorrel asked, and Petra answered faster than I expected, having apparently decided that cooperation on the small facts bought her more room than stubbornness would. Lady Isilda Marrow's investigative office, she said. Not the garrison, not Reeve Vantor's command directly, whatever rumors you may have heard already about who wants your Warren's attention. That distinction mattered more than Petra probably realized, and I held on to it carefully. Because an investigator sent to understand a threat is a different animal entirely from a soldier sent to end one. I asked her carefully whether Vantor had any hand at all in her assignment, and watched her weigh the question before answering. He has been lobbying loudly for a harder response, she said. Lady Marrow sent me specifically because she does not entirely trust his account of why this Warren matters as much as he claims it does. That single fact did more to shape my thinking about the coming weeks than anything else Petra told us that day. A crack, however small, between the two halves of Cordell's attention now turned toward Bramble Hollow. I pressed her once more on how her office actually judged a threat like ours, curious whether the answer would sound like Vantor's fear or something closer to the caution Whistlewood had spent a year teaching me to respect. We judge by pattern, she said. Does the thing in question grow by taking or by building? Every warlord I have ever investigated grew by taking. I have not yet decided which one you are, though I will admit you are not behaving the way the reports describe. I asked her plainly what she had been told to look for. Defenses, she said, numbers, whether the god weapon rumor was fact or exaggeration, and whether this Warren posed a genuine threat to Cordell's stability or merely a curiosity worth ignoring. I made a decision then that surprised even Sorrel, who I could see bracing for me to argue the opposite. Show her the truth, I said, not the defenses, the clean score, the refinery's actual safety record. Let her judge us on what we have actually built rather than what a frightened witness imagined. Sorrel did not love the plan, and said so plainly, though she trusted the reasoning behind it by now more than she trusted her own instinct to conceal everything from a captured enemy. I walked Petra to the central post myself, under guard, and let her read the clean scoreboard with her own eyes, 61 already climbing, every figure behind it earned and verifiable by anyone willing to walk the Warren and check. She read the number twice and asked, careful and precise, exactly how it was calculated, and I answered all of it honestly, because a number that cannot survive scrutiny is not a number worth showing anyone in the first place. I took her past the refinery next, showing her the vent system, the safety record, the two names, Torvin and Bram, who had been hurt once and walked the line themselves again within the week, rather than being quietly buried and forgotten. Compare that to your own garrison's numbers, I told her, plainly. Disease, injury. How many of your own soldiers this season have you lost to something a working drain could have prevented entirely? She did not answer immediately, and when she finally did, her voice had lost some of its trained flatness. My garrison lost 11 men to camp fever last winter, she said, more than we lost to any skirmish. I have never once seen those numbers compared to anything before. I did not press the advantage further. I let the silence do the rest of the work, because a number that unsettles someone on its own needs no speech attached to it. Torvin himself happened to be checking a vent flag nearby, and Petra asked him directly, without my prompting, whether he resented the work that had once nearly killed him. I resent the vent that failed, he told her, plain as anything. Not the work, The work feeds my family and has not failed since the day it nearly cost me my breath, because the man who built it owned the mistake instead of hiding it. Petra wrote that down too, I noticed, in a small, precise hand, and I understood she was building a fuller account than the one she had been sent to gather. Bram joined the conversation uninvited, still visibly proud of the trust the near miss had cost him, and told Petra plainly that he had considered leaving the digging crew after the accident and had stayed instead because nowhere else in his life had a mistake been owned this openly by the person responsible for it. My own father was hurt digging for a chief who blamed the ground rather than his own bad planning, he said. Nobody ever fixed that vent. They just dug a new one and told everyone to be more careful. That comparison alone, offered without any prompting from me, did more to unsettle Petra's composure than anything I had said all day. Bracken made the final call the next morning, releasing Petra rather than holding her, against the instinct of at least 2 council members who argued we should keep a Crown investigator as leverage. What's abundance true in Banans? We are not building a warren that takes hostages for advantage, Bracken said, closing that argument the same way I had once closed my own instinct toward cruelty. If our case is as strong as the numbers say, we do not need one. Petra left under guard to the boundary marker, and before she crossed it, she turned back once, addressing me directly rather than Sorrel or Bracken. I was sent to find a threat, she said. I am not certain anymore. That is entirely what I found. I make no promises about what I report, only that I intend to report what I actually saw, not what I was told to expect before I arrived. Nobody from outside this boundary had said anything that straight to me since Doc Yarrow's quiet apology at the well shaft, and I told her so, and she left without answering, which felt like an answer regardless. Sorrel walked beside her to the marker itself, saying little, though at the last moment she offered Petra one piece of advice unprompted. Tell your Lady Marrow the truth she can verify, Sorrel said, not the truth that is easiest to sell. It will cost you less in the long run than either of us can currently guess. Petra nodded once, took that in too, and crossed the boundary without looking back, and it read as neither triumph nor defeat, only a professional returning to do the one job she actually knew how to do honestly. We learned only later, through channels I will not claim credit for arranging, exactly what her report actually said once it reached Lady Marrow's desk. She had softened every defensive detail she could without lying outright, vague on troop numbers, vague on the exact layout of the fence line, while keeping the disease figures and the refinery's safety record precise to the number, betting her own credibility on the parts of the account that argued in our favor. Her 2 scouts, meanwhile, had already delivered their own harder-edged report on the exact gaps in our perimeter, a live counter-threat now sitting somewhere in Cordell's hands, regardless of anything Petra chose to soften on our behalf. 2 accounts then, both true, both moving toward the same capital by different roads, one racing ahead with our weaknesses mapped and one trailing behind with our best argument for being left alone intact. Bracken asked me directly whether I regretted showing Petra as much as I had, given that her own scouts had carried back a harder-edged account regardless of anything we chose to reveal. I told her no, because the alternative was concealing everything and hoping neither account reached anyone who mattered, which had never once been a strategy I trusted more than simply being the warren worth defending on the numbers alone. Sorrel added, unprompted, that she had come around fully to my read on it, even having doubted it the morning Petra first stood at the central post reading our own board. Aspeci chart de stay. I still do not love handing an enemy investigator our numbers, she said. I have simply stopped believing hiding them would have served us any better. Clean score reached 61 that same week. The refinery's continued expansion finally paying off in a tier rise I had been chasing since the blind spot cost us the border, and tier climbed to B for the first time since I had bound the ledger to this warren's name. Whistlewood noted at council that the tier rise and the diplomatic cost of the blind spot had landed in the same season, a bitter mixed receipt he did not gloat over even slightly, which I had come to expect from him by now and appreciated more than I let show. I sat with Sorrel that night, turning over everything Petra had said and everything the scouts had likely carried instead, trying to guess which report would reach Lady Marrow first and which one she would choose to believe. Point online. We do not get to choose which account arrives first, Sorrel said, reading the same worry off my face she always seemed to read faster than I could hide it, We only get to keep being the Warren worth the better one, and hope that turns out to matter to whoever reads both. Sil, listening from the edge of the pit line, added her own count before either of us could stop turning the worry over uselessly. One captured investigator released unharmed. One safety record shown without hiding a thing. One number climbing toward a tier we have never held before, she added. That is not nothing to set against whatever those scouts carried. I hoped so too. Though hope had never once been a substance I could measure the way I measured crocs or charges, and somewhere out on two different roads, two couriers were carrying two very different versions of everything we had built toward a capital neither of us had ever seen. With Cordell's attention, now a confirmed threat rather than a rumor we could still shape, Oxnufius dos mas spasats, Bracken decided this Warren could no longer afford to face it alone, and Grafenhold's sealed border stood squarely in the way of the only alliance close enough to matter. She sent a formal envoy this time, 3 council members and a written account rather than myself alone, applying the exact lesson my own blind spot had cost this Warren so dearly to learn. Audiences in the sign. Tawachiges I, and amendo I can sandain the Ganayan. Am not sending you to negotiate by yourself again, she told me plainly before the envoy departed. Whatever happens at that border, it happens as this council's decision, witnessed and shared, not one man's improvisation. I agreed completely and stayed behind at Bramble Hollow while the envoy rode out, which cost me nothing compared to what the last mistake had cost all of us. Staying behind was harder than I expected it to be, watching the envoy leave without me, every old instinct telling me I should be the one making the case in person. I sat with that discomfort instead of acting on it, which felt, in its own quiet way, like proof the lesson had actually taken hold. Sil noticed me pacing the fence line the whole first day and told me plainly that I looked like a man watching someone else eat a meal he had cooked, which was not far from how it actually felt. Ashgal received the envoy at the border stones again, though this time he listened the whole account through before responding, a small but real shift from the man who had cut Sorrel off before her first sentence finished months before. I will not simply take your word that this weapon is safe in trained hands, he told the envoy. Words are cheap. I want proof I can watch with my own eyes, under my own terms, before I stake my Warren's safety on an alliance with yours. His terms, when they came, were not what any of us expected. A trial by joint defense, he said. A real threat, driven in from the cinder vent's edge under controlled conditions, repelled by both our people fighting side by side. If your weapon holds the line under real pressure, I will believe it. One of the envoy's own council members asked whether such a drive could be controlled at all, given what our own trip to the vents had taught us about the creatures living there. Ashgal answered that his hunters had driven smaller predators safely for generations, and that a controlled trial was a risk he was willing to manage on his own side of the arrangement. We do this on my ground, with my hunters setting the drive's boundaries, he added. Your crew only has to hold the line once the beasts arrive. That much at least, I trust you can manage without my help. Bracken accepted the terms without hesitation, recognizing in them exactly the kind of proof that could not be faked or exaggerated by rumor in either direction. And this time she sent me out with the crew rather than ahead of it. One more pair of hands on the powder among many. Kest was given command of Bramble Hollow's crew for the drive, and Undolda Spy Chancellor Dubish's spy. The decision Bracken and Sorrel made together, rather than one either of them handed down alone, and Sorrel, healed now, but deliberately stepping back for this specific test, told him plainly why. This alliance cannot depend on me showing up to make it work, she said. Ashgal needs to see that this Warren holds its line as a system, not as one woman's personal skill. That is the actual proof he is asking for, whether he knows it or not. Kest took the responsibility soberly, the same way he had taken every responsibility since the Midpoint raid, and spent the days before the trial drilling the crew harder than I had seen him drill anyone yet. He came to me the night before the drive and asked plainly what he should do if he froze again in front of Ashgal's own hunters, the humiliation of failing publicly clearly weighing heavier than the physical danger itself. Then you unfreeze the same way you did the first time, I told him, out loud, one step at a time, and if you need my count in your head to do it, use it. Borrowed steadiness is still steadiness. Nobody who matters will think less of you for using a tool that works. He nodded and did not ask again, and I understood that he had needed permission more than instruction, which is often the harder thing to give a person who has already proven himself once and still doubts it will hold a second time. Sorrel found me after that conversation and admitted quietly that stepping back from the field herself was costing her more than she had expected it to, watching someone else prepare to carry a weight she had carried alone for years. He is ready, she said, more to convince herself than me. I know he is ready. That does not make watching from the sideline feel any less strange. I told her I understood that particular strangeness better than she probably realized, having spent a season learning to hand decisions to Bracken and Whistlewood that I once would have made alone, without a second thought. The stage threat itself was a controlled predator drive. Beasts flushed in from the edge of the Badland, under careful management. A real danger, but a bounded one, exactly calibrated to test nerve and coordination without risking outright slaughter on either side. Ashgal fought alongside Bramble Hollow's crew directly, rather than watching from a safe distance, close enough that he saw every loaded piece primed, aimed, and fired with his own eyes, rather than hearing the account secondhand. The first beast broke from the tree line faster than the drill runs had prepared anyone for, 3 of them together rather than the single test animal Ashgal's hunters had promised. And for one long breath, I watched the whole trial teeter on the edge of becoming something worse than a demonstration. Kess did not hesitate at the sudden change in numbers. He adjusted the formation on the spot, splitting fire between the lead beast and the 2 trailing it, a call I had not drilled him on directly, but that came from the same steady reasoning I had once talked him through under real fire. The crew held their line as the driven beast came on, powder fire timed the way months of drilling had built into muscle memory. Nobody breaking formation, even when the third animal swung wide of the others. The drive was repelled cleanly. No serious injury on either side. Grafenhold's own hunters fighting shoulder to shoulder with Bramble Hollow's crew for the first time in either warren's memory. Ashgal stood in the aftermath breathing hard, looking at the scorched ground, and the beasts turned back rather than any casualty list. And I watched something shift visibly in his bearing, the same recalibration I had seen in Whistlewood's face months before. I died and they. I have risked my own people beside yours today, he said, to Kest directly rather than to any elder or council voice. That is worth more to me than any account your envoy could have carried across this border on paper. Kest, to his credit, did not preen at the praise, only thanked him and asked whether Grafenhold's own wounded, the few minor cuts and bruises the drive had cost, needed anything Bramble Hollow could offer. That question, more than the drive itself, seemed to settle something in Ashgal's own hunters watching nearby, several of whom exchanged looks that told me clearly enough how unusual it was for a rival commander to ask after their wounded before celebrating his own crew's success. One of them, an older hunter with a scar across one eyebrow, told Kest afterward that he had fought beside plenty of allies who never once asked that question, and that he intended to remember the ones who did. Doc Yarrow, traveling with the envoy on Bracken's specific request, moved through both crews afterward with the same clinical thoroughness he brought to everything, and formally certified the Joint Defense Crew's medical readiness in front of both councils gathered at the border stones. Have inspected garrison medical readiness for the Crown itself, he said, plainly to both chiefs. This crew's discipline and care exceed what I have seen from trained soldiers twice their number. That is not flattery. That is my professional judgment, offered freely. That certification, coming from a man with no stake in either Warren's politics, carried a weight neither Bracken's word nor Ashgal's own eyes could have supplied alone. One of Ashgal's own hunters, a broad-shouldered wolfkin woman named Reka, who had taken a shallow cut across the forearm during the drive, laughed when Yarrow finished dressing it, and admitted she had expected rougher treatment from a rival Warren's physician than from her own. Good work does not check which Warren you were born into first, Yarrow told her, gruff but not unkind, and I noted the line down in my own memory as something worth remembering whenever anyone doubted whether this alliance could actually hold under real pressure. Ashgal opened the border that same day, formally in front of both councils, and agreed to a defensive alliance he framed carefully as cautious rather than eager, pride intact, even as the substance of his refusal finally gave way. "This is not surrender to an upstart neighbor," he said, plainly, for the benefit of his own watching hunters as much as ours. "This is two Warrens choosing to stand where one alone would eventually fall. I will answer to my own people for that choice, and I will answer it proudly." He offered a joint council seat as part of the arrangement, a formal voice for Grafenhold in decisions that touched both Warrens, which Bracken accepted on the spot, the two of them shaking hands over an agreement that had cost both of them real pride to reach. Whistlewood, standing close enough to witness the handshake, remarked quietly that he had drafted 3 separate arguments against exactly this kind of alliance over the past year, and that he intended to burn all 3 tonight, rather than let them clutter his own thinking any further. "Keep one," Bracken told him, without looking away from Ashgal. "Caution earns its seat at this table the same as anything else does. Just keep it honest instead of automatic." Kest found me once the border stones had emptied of ceremony, still faintly stunned by how the day had gone. "I did not think it would work," he admitted, leading it without Sorrel there. "I kept expecting to freeze again the moment it mattered." "You did not freeze," I told him. "You commanded. Those are not the same thing, and today proved which one you have actually become." Sorrel, listening nearby, added her own verdict, brief and plain, in the way she always delivered the things that mattered most to her. "I did not need to be there today," she said. "That is the proof I wanted, more than anything Ashgal could have offered either of us." Reka stood near the front of that crowd, and I noticed she had positioned herself deliberately beside Kest, rather than among her own Warren's hunters, a small gesture that said more than any speech could have. Bracken chalked the new number herself at the Joint Council's first shared session, Ashgal standing beside her rather than across from her for the first time since either Warren could remember, and the crowd from both sides watched together in a silence that felt more like held breath than ceremony. The clean score climbed again that week. The alliance itself counted as a real, measurable strength for the first time, food and defense both deepening on the back of 2 Warrens' combined resources rather than one Warren's isolated effort. Whistlewood, present for the reading, admitted openly that he had never expected to see Grafenhold's chief standing peacefully inside Bramble Hollow's own council ring, and that he was glad, for once, to have his caution proven not quite pessimistic enough. I turned Vantor and Marrow over in my head long after the border fires burned down, wondering which report had actually reached Cordell's capital first, aware that Grafenhold's alliance made Bramble Hollow harder to threaten, and in the same breath, harder to ignore. 2 Warrens standing together, where Cordell had expected to find one isolated curiosity, was exactly the kind of consolidated strength that would make Vantor's case for a harder response easier to sell at court. Sorrel found me at the edge of the celebration, quieter than the noise around us, and admitted that watching Kest command the drive without her had taught her something she had not expected to learn about her own place in this Warren's future. I spent years believing this Warren needed me standing at the front of every fight, she said. Today taught me it needs me building people who can stand there too. That is a harder lesson than any I learned from an arrow or a blade. I understood that, even amid the day's real celebration, and knew this victory carried its own cost forward into whatever came next. Lady Marrow summoned witnesses to Souls Cross's flux outbreak formally, in her own name, forcing a question Vantor had spent months avoiding answering to anyone with real authority over him. Word reached us through Tamsin, her contacts fully restored now in ways she never explained, and I never asked her to justify, and I understood immediately that this hearing meant returning to the one town in either kingdom where my own face still carried a price on it. Ren agreed to carry us the last stretch by his smuggler ship, fast enough to make the hearing in time, and I spent the whole crossing doing arithmetic on how much danger I was walking Syl back into on purpose. He asked no questions about why 2 people wanted by Souls Cross were sailing straight back into it, which I had come to expect from him, though he did tell me, unprompted, that he intended to keep the ship moored close enough to the docks that we would not be stranded if the hearing turned against us. I am not risking my crew for your cause, he said, gruff. I am risking a few hours because a debt owed to a crippled old man is the kind of debt even I do not like leaving unpaid. I do not have to go, Syl told me, reading my hesitation plainly the way she reads most things about me, but I am the one holding the ledger stub, and I am the one who watched Vantor read that sentence in the first place. I want to be there when he answers for it. I did not argue with her. She had earned the right to that choice several times over, since the day she ran back for the stub instead of straight to safety, and I was not going to take it from her now. We landed under cover of early morning, Ren's crew keeping their usual silence about who they ferried and why, and I felt every old instinct from my exile years come flooding back the moment my boots touched Souls Cross's own docks again. Syl noticed my hand had gone to where a tool roll used to hang at my hip, an old habit neither of us had realized I still carried, and she did not comment on it, only walked a half step closer than usual the rest of the way to the hearing hall. Old Fen was brought to testify, freed enough by Marrow's own authority to speak, but still visibly crippled, walking with a stick that had not been necessary the last time I had seen him whole in that same market square. Seeing him again after everything Ren had told us, after months of carrying the shape of his injury, only in report rather than in sight, landed harder than I had braced for, even with all that warning. His hair had gone fully gray since the last time I had seen him standing tall in that same square, and the stick trembled slightly under a grip that had once hauled crates twice his own weight without visible effort. He caught my eye across the hearing room before he began speaking and gave me the smallest nod. The same economical gesture he had always used to tell a nervous crew member that the work ahead was hard but survivable. He gave his account without embellishment, confirming the exact timeline I had forced out of Vantor months before. The Flux's first death 2 weeks ahead of my drain, the burial order, the cover-up that had cost this whole town more than Vantor had ever been made to answer for. A clerk read the date back to him twice to be certain of the record, and both times Old Fen repeated it without hesitation. The same steady voice he had once used to teach a nervous crew which pits killed slow and which killed fast. Lady Marrow asked him directly whether he had ever been coached on what to say, and his answer landed dry enough that a ripple of quiet laughter moved through the room despite the gravity of the proceeding. "Coached," he said. "I can barely walk to this chair on my own some mornings. Nobody coaches a man who forgets half his own breakfast by noon." Vantor, watching his own account unravel in front of Crown authority rather than a market square he controlled, did something I had not expected even from him. He signaled a guard, quiet enough that he likely believed nobody official would notice, to move on one of the remaining Night Soil crew members seated near the back of the hearing room. An obvious attempt to discredit the testimony through open intimidation of anyone who might corroborate it. Old Fen saw it before the guard had taken 2 steps and moved himself between them, stick and crippled leg notwithstanding, blocking the guard's path with his own body rather than let another crew member be dragged out the way he himself once had been. Ein Annie Frey. "You have already taken everything from me you are going to take," he said, loud enough for the whole room to hear it. "I have nothing left for you to threaten me with, and I will stand here as long as my legs allow, rather than watch you do it to someone else." The guard hesitated, looked to Vantor for instruction, and found none coming fast enough to matter, because every eye in that hearing room, including Lady Marrow's own, had already turned toward the attempted intimidation rather than away from it. That single moment, more than any testimony, told the room what kind of man Vantor still was underneath whatever composure he had managed to hold on to through the rest of the hearing. I recognized the crew member he had signaled the guard toward, a younger man named Tob who had joined the Night Soil crew after my own exile. Someone with no personal stake in my history at all, beyond the accident of sharing a trade with me. That detail mattered more than it might have otherwise, because it meant Vantor's intimidation was not aimed at silencing a friend of mine specifically, but at silencing anyone the crew ledger still held leverage over, a habit so deep in him he had reached for it without even thinking. Lady Marrow herself rose partway from her seat at the sight of it, and I watched her expression shift from professional neutrality into something closer to open disgust, a reaction she made no effort to hide from either Vantor or the recording clerk beside her. "Let the record show the accused attempted to intimidate a witness inside this very hearing," she said, cold and precise, and the clerk's pen moved fast to capture it before Vantor could offer any explanation that might soften how it read later. I stepped forward then, and Syl beside me, both of us finally visible to a room that had not expected either of us to walk back into Souls Cross voluntarily for any reason at all. Syl produced the ledger stub without ceremony, holding it up for Lady Marrow to examine directly rather than passing it through any intermediary who might question its custody. "I took this off Vantor's own table the day he read our sentence," she said, plain and steady, the same stillness I remembered from the market square all those months ago. "It has both our names on it, and it has a date on it too, which matches exactly what Old Fen just told this room." Lady Marrow examined the stub herself, cross-referencing its markings against Old Fen's spoken timeline with the careful precision of someone who had learned not to trust a single account without corroboration. She held it up to the light at one point, turning it slowly, checking the ink itself for any sign it had been altered after the fact, and only set it down once she was satisfied the markings were original and untouched. "Where has this been kept?" she asked Syl, "all these months?" "I have never once let it out of my own reach," Syl told her. "Not when we ran, not when we crossed into Bramble Hollow, not any night since. I knew someday a room like this one would need to see it." The dates matched exactly, closing the gap Vantor had relied on for the entire length of his career, the one piece of physical evidence connecting his cover up to a specific day nobody in that room could now dispute. Lady Marrow did not deliberate long once the evidence stood complete. "I am formally opposing the mandate request currently before Cordell's court," she said, addressing the room rather than Vantor directly. "Not on sentiment," she added, "on a confirmed cover-up, evidenced beyond reasonable question by this Warren's own surviving witnesses." She ordered the Night Soil crew's bonds reviewed immediately, a procedural step that nonetheless meant real freedom for people who had spent years under the same kind of leverage that had once nearly claimed Syl. I watched Tob, the young crew member Vantor's guard had nearly dragged out, receive the news of his own bonds review with an expression I recognized from my own first morning of freedom, disbelief settling slowly into something he did not yet trust enough to call relief. "It does not feel real yet," he admitted when I found him afterward. I told him it would not feel real for a while, that I still sometimes woke expecting a hand on my collar months after crossing Bramble Hollow's own boundary, and that the feeling faded eventually if he let it. Vantor did not accept the reversal quietly. Rather than yield to Marrow's ruling, he announced, in front of the same room, that he intended to appeal directly to Cordell's court itself, escalating past her authority entirely rather than allow her office the final word. "You have no standing to end my career over a girl's stolen scrap of paper and a cripple's grudge," he said, and the room's reaction to that single sentence told me how badly he had misjudged how far his own composure had already fallen apart. Marrow did not argue with him. She simply noted his appeal for the record, calm in a way that unsettled him more than anger would have, and I understood watching her that she had expected this response and had already planned several steps beyond it. She caught my eye once, briefly, before the room began to clear, and something in that look told me she considered this hearing a beginning rather than an ending. A foundation laid rather than a case closed. I will not pretend this is finished," she told me quietly, once most of the room had emptied. "Cordell's court may still favor him, regardless of what this hearing found, but a confirmed cover-up on the record is a stone in his path that was not there yesterday. And stones like that have a way of accumulating." Old Fen was released from Vantor's authority entirely before we left that hearing room. His bond formally struck from the crew ledger by Marrow's own order, a debt finally closed on paper, even though the injury itself would never fully heal. I went to him the moment the hearing broke, wanting more than anything to finally close the distance 3 years and one whole death and one desperate escape had put between us. He held up a hand before I reached him, not unkindly, and told me plainly that he was not yet ready to travel, that his body needed tending. Souls Cross's own healers could provide faster than any journey back to Bramble Hollow could manage right now. "Go finish what you started," he told me. "I will see you and that girl again properly, when I can stand in front of you both without a stick in my hand and shame you both into crying about it. Not before." Syl, still holding his one working hand, asked him directly whether the healers here were actually good enough to trust, since Souls Cross had never once earned either of our trust on anything before. "Better than nothing, and better than a rough sea crossing on a body this broken," he told her. "I have survived worse care than this. I intend to survive this too, on my own schedule, not anyone else's." I told him that was a foolish condition. that neither of us cared whether he stood on 2 legs or one when we finally sat down together properly. He told me, with the same dry humor he had once used to talk me through my worst days on the crew, that foolish conditions were the only kind worth keeping once a man had lost everything else worth keeping. I asked him plainly whether he blamed me for any of it, the beating, the crippling, the years lost, and he answered without a moment's hesitation, which told me he had already turned the question over many times in his own head long before I ever asked it aloud. I blame the man who gave the order, he said. I have never once blamed the boy who finally made him answer for it. Do not let him take that clarity from you now, after everything it has already cost both of us to earn. Syl did cry anyway, right there, and old Fen let her, holding her with the one arm that still worked properly while I stood beside them both, doing nothing useful except being present for it, which turned out to be exactly what the moment required. We left Sol's Cross before nightfall, Ren's ship waiting to carry us home. Old Fen's freedom won on paper, if not yet in person, and Vantor's appeal already moving, we all understood, toward whatever answer Cordell's court would eventually hand down. Syl was quiet for most of the crossing home, watching Nos Gatsas and Frossen Heights, watching Sol's Cross shrink behind us the way she had once watched it from the marsh road on the night we first ran. Arski chose I got to see him say it to Vantor's own face, she said, eventually, that we were not the ones who broke this. I have wanted that for a long time and did not know how badly until it actually happened. I told her I understood exactly that feeling, having carried a version of it myself since the day old Fen first took a beating meant for me, and we sat together the rest of the crossing without needing to say anything further about it. Vantor's stubborn refusal to yield had bought him one more chance at all of this, and I watched him leave that hearing room walking like a man who already knew precisely how he intended to spend it. Vantor's appeal reached Cordell's court faster than any of us expected, and the court's answer, when it came, favored him more completely than even his own confidence had seemed to promise. A limited military mandate, granted to contain what the court's own language called an unverified weapon of unknown origin, Marrow's careful findings dismissed as incomplete rather than disqualifying, her honest report reduced to a footnote beneath Vantor's louder, more urgent framing. He was given personal command of the expedition, the exact authority his own cover-up should have permanently cost him, and I will not pretend that fact did not sit bitterly in my chest for longer than I wanted it to. Tamsin, reaching us through channels she still declined to explain, confirmed the court's reasoning had leaned heavily on a second garrison report, one that repeated the god weapon language a frightened witness had handed that officer months before. Stacked underneath it sat Petra's own scout's map of our defensive gaps, which together gave Vantor's petition a foundation predating his formal appeal entirely. That detail mattered to me more than the appeal itself, because it meant the damage from my own blind spot was still compounding. Months after I had promised Bracken and Sorrel I would never let it happen again. "This is not justice," Sorrel said when the news reached us. "This is a system protecting one of its own over the evidence, and I do not think pretending otherwise helps either of us plan for what comes next." She was right, and I told her so, and we turned our attention, as this warrant always eventually did, from the injustice itself toward the work that injustice now demanded of us. Bracken called it plainly at council that same evening. "We do not get to choose whether the world is fair," she said. "We only get to choose whether we are ready when it fails to be. This council chooses ready." Nobody argued with her, and the joint defense planning began within the hour, faster and more urgent than anything since the raid itself had first taught this Warren what real preparation actually required. Captain Ossian Drell, we learned from scouts tracking the expedition's assembly, had been assigned as one of Vantor's field officers, competent by every account we could gather, and visibly uneasy with the god weapon language his own commander kept using to brief the ranks. "A soldier who questions his orders before he has even crossed into hostile ground is worth watching," Sorrel said, filing the name away the same careful way she filed every piece of intelligence that might matter later. Our scouts reported Drell had personally challenged the god weapon framing in front of 2 junior officers, arguing the term was propaganda meant to justify overreach rather than an accurate account of anything Cordell's own surveyors had actually confirmed. That argument had not won him any friends in Vantor's command tent, which told us clearly enough which way his professional judgment actually leaned. A second scout report, arriving a day later, added that Drell had also questioned the wisdom of marching heavy siege equipment through badland terrain the maps had not been updated for in a generation. That was a purely practical objection, and it put him further at odds with a commander eager to look decisive in front of his own court. Sorrel noted that a soldier who argued both principle and practicality against the same commander was either fool enough to ruin his own career twice over or convinced enough of his own judgment to risk it. And she did not think Drell read as a fool. Around that same time, a human blacksmith arrived at Bramble Hollow's boundary alone, exiled from Cordell himself over a debt he described only briefly and bitterly, asking for nothing more than honest work in exchange for food and shelter. Halvard Cray took one look at my original crude barrel casting, still in use on the defense crew's second piece, and told me plainly, without any attempt at flattery, that whoever had cast it clearly understood the chemistry far better than the metalwork. That would be me, I admitted, and he laughed, not unkindly, and asked whether I would object to a smith who actually knew forging showing me everything I had gotten wrong. I did not object even slightly. I had built that first barrel out of stubbornness and a chemist's rough approximation of metalwork I had never formally trained in, and I told him so honestly, which seemed to earn more of his respect than any pretense of expertise would have. He asked, once we had talked chemistry and metalwork, both for the better part of an hour, why a man with my knowledge had ended up exiled and filthy rather than wealthy and courted by every guild in Cordell. I told him the truth, that the knowledge had come from a place nobody here would believe, and that the exile had come from doing the right thing in the wrong Reeves territory. Sounds familiar, he said, and told me his own history in turn. A debt inherited rather than earned, a guild that had broken him over money that was never rightfully his to owe in the first place. We understood each other faster after that than either of us expected to. Halvard redesigned the casting process within days, techniques I had never once considered. Proper bore reaming, a stronger alloy mix drawn from his own years of guild training, and produced Bramble Hollow's first true cannon inside a fortnight of tireless, exacting work. It fired straighter, farther, and with none of the dangerous kick my own crude piece had carried, and I stood at the first test, firing feeling something close to relief that I finally had an equal in this specific craft, rather than remaining its only source. Gorik attended that test firing too, uninvited but not unwelcome, and pronounced the new barrel properly tempered in his own ceremonial language, before admitting privately to me afterward that Halvard's alloy work had taught him something real about how heat actually moves through worked metal. I am not too old to learn a second trade from a smith half my patience, he said, which I took as high praise coming from a man who had spent 19 years believing he already understood every craft this warren needed. You built the fire, Halvard told me, watching the shot land clean and true. I only built a better cup to carry it in. Do not undersell what you did first, just because I know how to improve on it second. Bracken, Ashgal, and I sat together for the first time as a genuine joint command, mapping defenses across both warrens as one coordinated structure rather than two separate plans loosely coordinated by messenger. Ashgal brought real tactical experience, neither Bracken nor I possessed, positioning Halvard's new cannon and the powder crews along lines that made full use of the terrain both our warrens had spent generations learning to read. He walked the ground with me personally over 2 full days, naming every rise and hollow by some old memory attached to it, and correcting twice a placement I had suggested out of pure chemistry logic without accounting for how sound and smoke would actually carry across that particular stretch of field. You know what the powder does, he told me, not unkindly. I know what the ground does to anyone standing on it. Neither one of us wins this alone, which I suspect is the whole point of an alliance in the first place. Sorrel, fully recovered now in every sense that mattered, resumed shared command alongside Kest, rather than simply reclaiming her old position outright, the two of them dividing responsibilities in a way that told me plainly how much she had come to trust what he had built in her absence. "I am not taking this back from you," she told him plainly in front of the assembled crew. "I am standing beside you now instead of over you. That is a different arrangement, and I expect you to hold up your half of it same as always." Kest accepted the arrangement without any wounded pride, which told me more about how far he had actually grown since the midpoint raid than any battle honor could have. He asked Sorel, privately, whether she had any hard notes on his own command habits before the actual fighting started, and she gave him 3, direct and specific, none of them about courage and all of them about small logistics he had overlooked under pressure. "That is the kind of criticism a commander actually needs," he told me afterward. "Not whether I was brave, whether I remembered to check the water skins before the 3rd hour." Padraig, still training under Kest's supervision, asked whether he would finally be allowed to stand on the line itself when the expedition arrived, and Bracken answered that question herself, firmly, before Kest had to. "Not this fight," she told him. "You have earned real trust, and real trust means I trust you enough to tell you plainly that you are not ready for this particular danger yet. That is not a punishment, that is arithmetic. The same as everything else your teacher believes in." Padraig accepted it better than I expected, and I understood, watching him, that Bracken's honesty had cost her nothing and bought her considerably more of his trust than a comforting lie ever would have. He asked instead whether there was useful work he could do that was not standing on the line, and Bracken, without hesitating, gave him the job of running supply counts between the 2 Warren's crews. A real responsibility rather than a consolation prize. "I want exact numbers, not guesses," she told him. "Crocs, charges, water skins, every crew's actual count at the end of each day. That is not a smaller job than fighting. It is a different one, and this alliance needs it done correctly as much as it needs anyone holding a line." Tier climbed to A that same week, the combined weight of the alliance's infrastructure, Halvard's casting breakthrough, and the joint command structure all counted together into a single measurable leap I had not expected to see arrive so quickly. Clean score reached 70, read aloud at a joint council session with both Warren's full populations gathered to hear it, a number that had started at 22 in a much smaller, much more frightened Warren not so many months before. Corbin, still the one trusted with the chalk since Bracken had first handed it to him, wrote the number larger than usual this time, and stepped back to let both crowds see it fully before anyone spoke a word over it. "I remember when this board only had 1 Warren's worth of eyes on it," he said, to nobody and everybody at once, and the murmur of agreement that answered him carried further than any formal announcement could have. Scouts confirmed the expedition's departure from Cordell territory within days of the mandate's formal announcement, 3 weeks out at their current pace, a real countable window rather than an ambush arriving without warning. 3 weeks, I said aloud at the joint council, the same way I had once said 10 weeks over the first niter beds, because naming a clock out loud had always mattered more to me than carrying it silently. Whistlewood, present as always, noted that 3 weeks was enough time to prepare properly, and not nearly enough time to feel truly safe, which was exactly the arithmetic none of the rest of us had wanted to say out loud. He proposed using the window to rotate crews through rest as well as drill, arguing that an exhausted defender was a liability regardless of how well armed he stood, and Bracken folded that proposal into the readiness plan without a single objection from anyone at the table. I have learned this season that your caution usually arrives with a workable answer attached, Bracken told him. I intend to keep assuming that is true until you give me a real reason to stop. I spent that evening walking the joint defensive line with Sorrel, cannon positioned, powder crews drilled, 2 Warrens worth of hard-earned trust finally standing shoulder to shoulder against a threat neither of us could have survived alone. We built all of this in less than a year, I said, mostly to myself, though Sorrel heard it anyway. From a boy dying of fever to this. From a man who smelled like a cesspit and an arrow I nearly put through his throat, she said, to whatever this has actually become between the two of us. I would not trade the fever or the arrow for a faster road here. I would not either, I told her, and meant it completely, and we stood together at the fence line a while longer, watching Torchlight move steadily along a defensive perimeter that had not existed at all on the night Sorrel first marched me through that boundary at Arrow Point. Somewhere south of us, Vantor's expedition was already moving. 3 weeks of marching between his mandate and our own gathered strength. I understood, standing there, that whatever came next would be decided not by one man's cleverness, but by everything this alliance had built together, exactly the way it needed to be. Vantor's expedition reached our outer line, right on the 3-week count our scouts had given us. Banners visible along the ridge road a full hour before the column itself came into view, disciplined ranks marching in a formation no raiding party had ever bothered with. I counted wagons behind the marching lines, supply carts, and what looked like siege tools neither of us had planned for, and felt the whole weight of what a real crown expedition actually meant settle into my chest for the first time since the mandate was announced. He opened with an ultimatum broadcast, loud enough to carry across both Warren's gathered defenders, his voice pitched to reach every ear on our line at once. "Surrender the recipe and the man who built it," he called out, "and this ends today without further bloodshed. Refuse, and you will answer to the full weight of Cordell's expedition, instead of my mercy alone." We had rehearsed that answer the night before, all three of us together, agreeing on exact wording rather than trusting the moment to produce unity on its own, a lesson I had learned the hard way months earlier and did not intend to relearn twice. Bracken, Ashgal, and I answered together, a single voice split across 3 throats. Exactly the unity Vantor's own officers needed to see stated, rather than assumed. "We refuse," Bracken said, and Ashgal repeated it in his own words a breath later, and I finished it myself, loud enough that no one in Vantor's assembled ranks could claim afterward they had misheard our answer. "There is no recipe to hand you that would not simply become another cover-up in someone else's hands," I called back. "And there is no version of me you get to have, personally or otherwise, while this alliance still stands." Kess stood near enough to me during that exchange that I heard him mutter, low, that he had once been terrified of a dropped crate and now found himself entirely unafraid, standing this close to a Crown expedition's opening threat. "Fear is not a fixed amount," I told him, quiet enough that only he heard it. "It just moves to wherever the actual danger is. Yours moved a long way already, and it will keep moving as long as you keep meeting it head-on." Vantor's face, even at that distance, told me the answer had cost him something. A public refusal from 3 separate authorities rather than the quiet capitulation he had clearly expected from an upstart Warren facing a Crown expedition. I counted his ranks while he still stood there absorbing our answer. The same old habit steadying my nerves the way it always had. More soldiers than I had hoped. Fewer than I had feared, disciplined lines that told me this was a real army, rather than the raiding rabble Ashgal had once sent against us. Sorrel counted differently, reading formation and terrain the way she always did, and told me quietly that Vantor had positioned his heaviest strength facing our niter sheds, rather than our fence line proper. That was the first confirmation either of us had that our worst fear about his intelligence was already justified before a single shot was fired. The first assault came within the hour, and it did not target the fence line the way I had braced for. It targeted the outer niter sheds specifically, precise and informed in a way no ordinary military planning could have managed alone. "He knows exactly what to burn," Sorrel said, grim, watching the assault's shape resolve itself. "That is not a guess, that is intelligence, and I do not think we need to guess hard about where it came from. The cartel's stolen pages, still loose somewhere in the world since the theft I had never fully recovered from, had clearly found their way, in whole or in part, into Vantor's briefing before this expedition ever marched." Sorrel voiced the same thought I had been carrying since the first cannonball landed. "If he knows the sheds," she said, "he may know more than that. We plan the rest of this defense assuming our own layout is not entirely a secret to him anymore." That assumption cost us nothing to make, and possibly saved lives before the day was through, since Bracken quietly shifted a second reserve crew away from a position the stolen pages could plausibly have revealed, just in case Vantor's intelligence ran deeper than the sheds alone. Kest and Sorrel's joint defense held the sheds as long as physically possible. Powder crews and hunters, both throwing themselves at a line. Vantor's soldiers pressed with real discipline, rather than the raw numbers Ashgal's raiders had once relied on. Kest coordinated the powder crews from a position just behind the fence line, calling reload timing the same steady way he had once called it during the midpoint raid. And I noticed, even amid the noise and smoke, how far his voice carried without needing to shout. Sorrel fought closer to the sheds themselves, close enough that she took a cut across the back of one shoulder, turning aside a soldier who had nearly reached the second shed's door, a wound she did not mention to anyone until Doc Yarrow noticed the blood soaking through her sleeve hours later. "It is nothing," she told him, which he ignored completely, cleaning and dressing it anyway, while she complained the whole time about wasted time better spent back on the line. One shed burned anyway, despite everything we threw at defending it, flame catching faster than any bucket line could manage once the structure itself was fully alight. I felt that loss the moment the ledger's tier registered it, a hard, immediate step backward I could not argue with, no matter how hard the crew had fought to prevent it. Real losses came with it. 2 hunters burned badly enough to need Doc Yarrow's full attention, though both would live, a cost sharp enough that nobody on our side celebrated holding the remaining sheds even as we held them. Yarrow worked on both of them in the same tent, moving between the 2 beds with the same economy of motion I remembered from the well shaft demonstration, muttering the whole time about Warrens that kept finding new ways to test his patience. "An Ikein ispait. You see, I have dressed burns like these off a dozen building fires," he told me, not looking up from the one he was working. Never once on people who ran toward the fire carrying buckets instead of away from it. "Your crew did that. Remember it when you count what tonight cost you." Halvard's cannon, positioned right where Ashgal's tactical red had placed it weeks earlier, broke the second wave of the assault before it could reach the 2 sheds still standing, a single well-aimed shot, scattering a formation that had been driving hard toward the storage line. "That is worth more than the shed we lost," Halvard told me afterward. Grim satisfaction, the only expression he allowed himself. 2 sheds standing tomorrow is 2 sheds of aging powder we do not have to rebuild from nothing. He had positioned the cannon himself that morning, adjusting Ashgal's original mark by a hand's width after walking the ground personally. A small correction that turned out to matter considerably once the actual assault came. I would rather trust my own eyes on the last measurement than a plan drawn a week before the enemy actually arrived, he told me, and I filed that lesson away for every defense we would ever build after this one. Captain Drell, we learned before the day was through, had been ordered to press a retreating wounded denfolk hunter rather than let the man withdraw to safety, a clear order from an officer under Vantor's direct command. He refused it. Openly, in front of his own soldiers, he lowered his weapon and let the wounded hunter go, the first visible crack in an obedience that had clearly been straining since long before this expedition ever marched. 2 of Drell's own soldiers told the account to our scouts afterward, unprompted, clearly still turning it over in their own heads. "He looked me dead in the eye and lowered his weapon in front of the whole squad," one of them said. "I have never seen an officer do that before, over a hunter running the wrong way." I never witnessed that refusal myself, though I witnessed something that answered it from the other direction. That same afternoon, a wounded Cordell soldier left behind in the chaos of the retreat from the burning shed, exposed and unable to move under his own strength. Every rational argument said to leave him, that he served the man who had beaten me, exiled me, and crippled Old Fen, that mercy spent on an enemy soldier bought this Warren nothing but risk. I treated him anyway, the same boundary I had carried since before this life even began, dressing a wound that was not mine to ignore regardless of which uniform it was bleeding through. He turned out, we learned only after the fact, to serve directly under Drell's own command, and Drell himself witnessed the mercy firsthand when his own scouts reported a night soil man's hands working carefully over one of his soldiers, rather than finishing what the battle had started. I do not know yet what that sight did to whatever calculation Drell was already running in his own head, only that it happened, plainly, in view of soldiers who would carry the account back to their captain, regardless of what I intended by it. I did not treat that soldier as a message to anyone. I treated him because a bleeding man in front of me has always been a bleeding man in front of me first, and whatever uniform he wears has never once changed what my hands know how to do about it. He was young, younger than Kest, and he asked me twice, voice shaking, whether I meant to finish what the retreat had started. I told him no both times and kept working the wound until the bleeding actually slowed, because a frightened man asking the same question twice needs an answer proven with your hands, not just repeated with your mouth. By the time I finished, he had stopped flinching every time I moved near the wound, which is what fear does once you hand it enough steady evidence against itself, and it was the same thing I had watched happen to Kest across a far longer season. Syl, watching from a safe distance, asked me afterward whether I worried Mercy, like that would be read as weakness by men who had come here meaning to take everything from us. I told her I worried about it constantly, and did it anyway, because becoming Vantor to defeat him was the one victory I refused to accept, even if it cost us something real. She considered that for a while, quiet, before answering with something that surprised me. I do not think it looks like weakness from where I stood watching, she said. I think it looks like exactly the opposite. And I think the boy you treated thought so too. The first day's assault ended in stalemate as the light failed, one shed lost. Our tier knocked back to B on the sudden real cost of the burned structure. The expedition dug in along our outer line, rather than withdrawing to lick whatever wounds our own defense had cost them. Ashgal walked the ruined shed's perimeter himself before the council gathered, checking the burn pattern with the same careful eye he had once turned on his own failing dam. He knelt at the foundation line for a long moment, running his fingers along a scorch mark that ran wrong for an accidental catch, and confirmed what Sorrel already suspected, that the fire had been set with oil rather than caught naturally from the fighting. I have seen enough burned granaries in my own warren's history to know the difference between bad luck and deliberate work, he said, standing. This was deliberate. Somebody in that expedition planned exactly which building to ruin before a single soldier crossed your boundary. That is not incompetence on our part, he said, turning to the assembled defenders. Do not let this one loss make anybody here doubt that the line held everywhere else it actually mattered tonight. Bracken called what remained of the joint council together that night, exhausted, smoke still drifting from the ruined shed's foundations, and stated the day's account plainly rather than dress it up as a victory it had not fully been. We held, she said. We did not win outright, and we did not lose outright. Tomorrow decides which of those this becomes. Whistlewood, present at that same gathering, noted that the fire's deliberate placement meant Vantor's information was better than any of us had wanted to believe, and pressed for a full review of every position the stolen pages could plausibly have exposed before the next assault came. That review happens tonight, Bracken told him, before you have to ask twice, and I want your own read on it added to mine, since caution that has already been proven right once tonight deserves a real voice in what we do next. Sorrel sat beside me afterward, both of us too tired for much conversation, watching the last of the shed's embers die down in the dark. One shed, she said, eventually. 2 hurt, healing. 0 dead on our side today. I will take that arithmetic against a full crown expedition, though I would rather not have to take it again tomorrow. Bracken sent word to both watchlines before anyone finally slept, doubling the night patrol around the 2 remaining sheds and posting a fresh crew at the exact spot Ashgal's tactical read had flagged as the likely second target. I stay in the aways. Whatever Vantor plans next, she said, we do not hand him a second undefended building, simply because the first one already burned. I would rather not either, I told her, and we sat together a while longer in the ruined quiet, both of us doing the same silent count of what the next day might cost before either of us found the will to finally sleep. Vantor's officer's doubt must have reached him clearly by the second night, because the order that came down after dark abandoned every pretense of the mandate's own careful language. Contain, do not destroy, was the phrase Cordell's court had actually granted him. The order he gave that night was a direct night assault against the refinery itself, meant to end the siege in a single decisive stroke, rather than grind through another day of costly stalemate. Drell refused it outright, in front of the other officers gathered for the briefing, according to the account that reached us before the assault itself even began. Aspa as achidan sai, adoisishu ris bespensians. Dies, I will not lead men against a target your own mandate explicitly forbids destroying, he said to Vantor's face rather than behind it. Relieve me if you must, but I will not carry that order forward. Vantor relieved him on the spot, stripping his command in front of the same officers who had just watched Drell's obedience finally, completely crack, and handed the assault to a subordinate with fewer scruples about the mandate's actual language. Our own scouts caught the shape of that argument from a safe distance, close enough to hear raised voices, but too far to make out every word, and reported back that at least 2 other officers had gone quiet rather than back Vantor's chosen replacement outright. That silence, small and unspoken as it was, told me more about the true state of his command than any single act of defiance could have on its own. Bracken had us positioned before the moon fully rose. Every crew briefed twice on what to hold and what to abandon if the line bent, because a night assault forgives no confusion about which ground actually matters. We were as ready as 3 weeks, and a burned shed could make us. Halvard's cannon crew held the position Ashgal's tactical planning had marked for them back before the siege ever began. And when the night assault's main thrust came, it broke against that position before it ever reached the refinery's outer wall. Adrig had been posted that night at a supply station well behind the actual fighting, carrying water and spare shot between crews, close enough to watch the eastern approach without ever being asked to hold it himself. He had begged Kest for exactly that posting 3 days earlier, arguing that a runner who understood the terrain was worth more than one who simply knew how to move fast. And Kest, against his own instinct to keep the boy further back still, had agreed. Still training under Kest's supervision, despite Bracken's earlier refusal to let him stand the line proper, Padraig spotted the flank Vantor's assault opened along our eastern approach a full handful of seconds before any adult watch caught it. He did not hesitate, and he did not wait for permission. He ran the warning to Kest directly, breathless, precise, the same way Kest himself had once been trained to report. Kest and Sorrel sealed the flank on Padraig's warning alone, coordinating the response between their 2 crews without needing me present for either decision. The same systemic strength Ashgal's earlier trial had been built to prove. Sorrel told me afterward that Padraig had not simply shouted a warning and stepped back the way most children his age would have. Chandos station bates churit. He had already named which 2 positions needed reinforcing first, having watched Kest make that exact call enough times in drill to reproduce the reasoning himself under real pressure. That is the whole of what teaching is supposed to do, I told her, when she finished the account. Make yourself replaceable in exactly the moment it matters most. Padraig did that tonight better than most trained soldiers manage in a full career. I learned about that flank only after it was already sealed, which was the first time in this entire war that a decision of that weight had been made correctly without anyone thinking to come find me first. I was elsewhere on the line entirely, holding a section with Halvard's 2nd cannon crew, and Sorrel delivered the whole account afterward, already moving on to the next problem, before I had finished registering how close it had come to breaking us open. 2 hunters were wounded, sealing that gap, cuts deep enough to need stitching, but nothing that would keep them from the line for long. A real cost paid quietly, while the more visible fighting held everyone else's attention elsewhere. Drell, relieved of command and effectively a prisoner within his own army's camp, was found near dawn by our own scouts, disarmed and abandoned rather than escorted back to any formal custody. Vantor's remaining officers seemed willing to arrange. He had not tried to flee, and had not tried to rejoin whatever remained of his old command either, sitting instead at the edge of the camp with his own weapon set deliberately out of reach, waiting to see which side would decide his fate first. That alone told our scouts something worth reporting before they ever brought him in. A soldier who had chosen to stand still rather than run, which is not the posture of a man still loyal to the officer who had just stripped him of everything he had built a career on. We brought him in rather than leave him to whatever Vantor's men intended for a captain who had publicly refused an order, consistent with a boundary I had held since long before this siege ever began. Sorrel argued briefly that a Cordal officer, even a disgraced one, was a risk we did not need inside our own line during an active siege, and I did not dismiss the concern because it was a fair one to raise. Watch him properly then, I told her. I am not asking anyone to trust him blind. I am asking that we not become the kind of Warren that abandons a wounded man to the cold because trusting him costs us something to manage. She accepted that, the same grudging, practical way she had once accepted my first crude barrel, and posted a guard on Drell that satisfied her own caution without violating the boundary I had asked her to respect. He did not resist, and he did not pretend gratitude he did not yet feel either, only stated flatly that he expected to be treated as a prisoner of war rather than a guest, which we honored just as he requested it. I sat with him briefly once he was settled under guard and asked what had actually changed his mind about Vantor's command, expecting him to name the mandate's exceeded language or some point of military principle. I watched you treat one of my own soldiers like a person worth saving instead of a lesson worth making, he said. I have followed orders my whole career, assuming the men issuing them valued something. I am no longer certain Vantor values anything beyond his own survival, he added, and I will not spend more of my own men proving that theory correct. I asked him, honestly curious, what he intended to do now that his career under Vantor's command was almost certainly finished regardless of how this siege ended. I have not decided yet, he admitted. I only know I would rather stand as a prisoner who refused a bad order than a captain who carried it out cleanly. Whatever comes after this, I intend to be able to live with that choice. I told him that was a better answer than most men managed, even with far more time to think it over, and he accepted the compliment the same plain way old Fen once accepted mine, without any false modesty about what it had cost him to earn it. Halvard worked his own crew through the thickest part of the assault without once raising his voice above what the work required, calling range corrections the same way he called measurements at the forge, calm arithmetic instead of shouted panic. That steadiness spread through the crew around him, the way panic usually spreads instead. 3 young loaders keeping their hands sure through a barrage that would have scattered green soldiers twice their number. In the thick of the night's fighting, my own crew cornered a small unit of Vantor's soldiers who had pressed too far past their own line and found themselves surrounded with no clean path of retreat left open to them. There were 4 of them, young by the look of what little I could see of their faces in the dark, one still bleeding from a graze along his forearm that nobody on either side had time to properly tend yet. They surrendered rather than fight to the last. Hands raised, weapons dropped, exactly the moment where every instinct this war had built into me screamed that finishing them cleanly would be simpler and safer than managing prisoners mid-battle. One of them found his voice first, shaking, asking whether surrender to a warren of muck witches meant what the rumors back home claimed it meant. I told him the rumors were wrong, and that he would walk away from this night with every finger and both eyes intact, which seemed to steady him more than any promise of safety alone could have. I ordered them disabled rather than killed, weapons destroyed, hands bound, left alive and whole for whoever came to collect them once the fighting ended. It was the clearest, largest-scale expression yet of the boundary that had defined every choice I had made since a market square first taught me what cruelty backed by unchecked power actually looked like. One of my own hunters asked, afterward, whether mercy that costly made sense against men who had come here to burn our sheds and take everything we had built. I told him the boundary was not about what they deserved. It was about what I refused to become, regardless of what they deserved. He did not fully agree with me, and said so, which I respected more than quiet compliance would have earned from him. I do not ask anyone in this warren to share the boundary completely, I told him. I only ask that you let me hold it without making you personally responsible for the cost of it. That answer seemed to satisfy him better than a longer argument would have, and he went back to his post without pressing the point further, though I could tell it would sit with him a while yet. The night assault broke entirely before it reached the refinery. Vantor's remaining officers, we learned from our own scouts moving through the aftermath, were openly questioning among themselves the order that had cost them Drell's command. It had gained them nothing but a repelled assault and a growing list of their own wounded, and the scouts reported that questioning had not stayed quiet or private among the ranks. Word of that descent reached our side by morning, carried by the same scouts who had watched the flank seal itself and the assault collapse, a clear sign that whatever authority Vantor still held over his own men was cracking faster than his mandate's original language could repair. Still, who had spent the night further back near the council ring rather than the fighting itself, met the returning scouts before anyone else thought to debrief them, and had a fuller count of the enemy's own wounded ready before Bracken even called for one. Kraken ring. 9 hurt on their side that we can confirm, she reported, flat and businesslike. None dead that our own scouts saw carried off. That is not a number Vantor gets to spin as a victory to whoever he still answers to. Tyr held at B, having taken no further real damage this time, the refinery standing intact behind the line, Halvard's cannon, and Padrig's warning had held together. Halvard came to check on his crew personally once the fighting quieted, counting hands and faces the same careful way he counted finished barrels, and reported all 3 of his loaders whole and steady, still trading quiet jokes about the corrections he had called out over the noise. He does not usually joke, one of the loaders told me, grinning despite the exhaustion plain on his face. We decided that meant we had done something worth being proud of tonight. Clean score dipped slightly, the wartime strain of 2 hard nights finally showing, in numbers that measured more than just infrastructure, though it did not collapse, the community's underlying strength holding even as the immediate cost mounted. Ashgal arrived at the council ring with 2 of his own hunters, who had crossed to reinforce our eastern approach mid-battle, an unplanned move he had made on his own authority the moment his scouts reported the flank under real pressure. I died. Did not wait for a runner to ask permission, he told Bracken. An ally's wall breaking is my own wall breaking. Under this alliance, I expect the same read from your side if Grafenhold ever needs it returned. Bracken thanked him for it, without any false modesty about how close that reinforcement had come to mattering. And I understood, watching the 2 of them, that the alliance had just passed a test neither the joint trial nor the first day's fighting had actually posed. Bracken gathered the joint council once more that morning, tired in a way sleep alone was not going to fix, and stated the shape of what had actually happened the night before. This was a systems win, she said, flat and certain, not Wick's win, not mine, or Ashgal's, or any one commander's. A child's warning, a smith's cannon, 2 crews that did not need a single voice to coordinate them. That is what Vantor is actually losing to, and I do not think he understands that yet. I sat with Sorrel once the council broke. Castle nice, bro Castle Grill, both of us worn through in the particular way that comes after a battle that could have gone very differently, and told her plainly what the night had actually proven to me. I am not the load-bearing piece of this anymore, I said. I do not know when exactly that stopped being true, but it clearly has, and I find I do not mind it nearly as much as I once assumed I would. Good, she said, because the version of you that has to be the only answer to every problem is not a version either of us particularly wants to keep carrying forward from here. Syl found me before I finally slept, tallying the night's cost the way she tallies everything. 4 prisoners held and unharmed, 2 hunters wounded and expected to heal, 1 shed's worth of trust in Ashgal's own alliance proven under real fire rather than a staged trial. That is a good ledger for a night that could have gone considerably worse, she said, and I agreed, though neither of us pretended the ledger would stay this favorable if Vantor found one more desperate order left in him to give. Somewhere in Vantor's own camp, I understood. A man who had once controlled every outcome in Soul's Cross with a single sentence was discovering 1 refused order and 1 broken assault at a time. Exactly how completely that same control had slipped out of his hands. Vantor's authority had collapsed far enough among his own officers that he no longer had an army willing to follow him into another organized assault, and what he did instead told me exactly how little he had left to lose. He gathered what remained of his personally loyal detachment, a handful of men who owed him something private rather than professional obedience, and moved against our line directly, rather than wait for whatever recall or reinforcement Cordell's court might eventually send. Syl spotted them first, the same unnoticed child's skill that had once let her steal a ledger stub off Vantor's own table without a single guard marking her for it, and she brought the warning to Sorrel before our regular watch had caught so much as a shadow. They are moving along the old drainage cut, she said, breathless but steady, the same stillness I remembered from the market square all those months ago settling over her the moment it mattered most. I counted 6 of them by her report, moving low and quiet along the exact channel I had once dug myself to save a harvest, which landed, even in that urgent moment, as a bitter kind of irony. My own careful engineering turned briefly into an enemy's approach. Sorrel had our response moving within minutes of Sill's warning, quiet and controlled rather than a full alarm that might have driven Vantor to something more reckless before we were ready to meet him. She split our answer into two groups without needing to explain her reasoning aloud. One to shadow the drainage cut from a distance and confirm the detachment's exact path. The other to cut ahead and wait at the breach point itself, rather than chase a moving target through unfamiliar dark. I went with the second group, and Drell, given the chance to stay back under guard, asked instead to come with us, arguing that his own presence might carry weight with soldiers who still recognized his voice even after his relief from command. Vantor's detachment breached our line at a point Sill's warning let us prepare for rather than be surprised by. In the chaos of that breach, he took a hostage. Sanaichisinbosaisaus being spy. Not Sill, whom he clearly still remembered and would have gladly taken given the chance, but Corbin, the Molekin digger who had stood in Padraig's doorway on my very first night in this warren. Vantor pressed a blade to Corbin's throat and called out across the breach line, demanding the recipe in exchange for the hostage's life. A direct confrontation rather than a battlefield skirmish. It was the kind of personal reckoning I think he had wanted since the moment I first forced him to answer a number in public. A chance to settle everything on his own terms rather than a court's. I heard Corbin's breathing go steady rather than ragged the instant he registered who was holding the blade against him, a small detail I only noticed because I had spent months learning to read exactly that kind of calm under pressure in people I had come to trust with my life. Sorrel and I moved on him together, and Drell came with us, no longer bound by any loyalty to the man who had relieved him of command, talking two of Vantor's remaining soldiers into lowering their weapons before either side had to spill more blood over a hostage neither of them actually wanted dead. You know this ends with you disgraced, regardless of what happens to that man in your grip, Drell told them, plainly, standing between his former comrades and the fight Vantor still wanted. I have already watched him relieve me for refusing an order that should never have been given, he said. Do not let him spend your lives on this too. I refused Vantor's demand for the recipe the moment he stated it, flat and immediate, because trading this Warren's future for one life, however precious that life was to me, was never a trade Corbin himself would have wanted made on his behalf. Instead, I gave him something else entirely. I forced the same arithmetic reversal I had once forced in a market square 3 years and 1 whole death ago, in public, in front of his own remaining men. 10 days past the second new moon, I called out, is when the flux first killed someone in Soul's Cross. 2 weeks before my drain went in, you buried that record to protect a grain contract, and beat me, and took a girl to processing as payment for a rescue you never earned the right to punish. Old Fen is crippled today because your men needed someone smaller to answer to. Once I made you answer that number in public the first time, I continued. Your own mandate, granted by a court that trusted you despite that history, explicitly forbade the assault you already ordered against this refinery 2 nights ago, I added. Lady Marrow's investigators have already confirmed all of what I am telling you tonight, I said, to the soldiers, rather than to Vantor himself. This is not something I am inventing to save one man's life. This is the record your own court is already holding against him. I watched that land differently than the earlier points had. Soldiers who had perhaps assumed my account was a desperate hostage negotiation, now recalculating it as something closer to a plain description of facts already in motion without me. Vantor's own soldiers, hearing the full account laid out in order, all at once, rather than in the scattered rumors that had reached them piecemeal over the preceding weeks, went very still. The particular stillness of men recalculating exactly who they had been following and why. One of them lowered his weapon first, then another, until Vantor stood holding a blade to Corbin's throat in front of soldiers who no longer showed any will to back an assault on a bound hostage taker rather than a legitimate commander. You would let your own men see you exposed like this, Vantor said, to me, voice cracking slightly around the edges of its old flat certainty. Over a night soilman's arithmetic and a molekin digger who means nothing to Cordell's court. I stengo perfasik. Hes ein. Haiti means everything to this Warren, I told him, and you have just proven, in front of the only men who might have still followed you blindly an hour ago, that you never understood the difference between a person and a lever. Corbin, to his own considerable credit, did not panic, going still and quiet in Vantor's grip, with the same flat patience he had once used, walking a badger brother back through a trench angle the man had cut far too steep. I caught his eye once across the distance between us, and he gave me the smallest possible nod, the same steady signal I remembered from the drainage cruise, telling me plainly that he trusted the plan even with a blade at his own throat. That trust, more than anything Drell said to the wavering soldiers, was what finally steadied my own nerve enough to keep pressing the arithmetic rather than let fear for one man's life buy Vantor the trade he wanted. Vantor's grip on the blade wavered just slightly, and Sorrel used that exact half-second to close the last of the distance between them, disarming him cleanly before he could decide whether his own men's refusal changed anything about his intentions. Corbin stumbled free, shaken but whole, and I felt something in my chest unclench that had been wound tight since the moment Syl first brought word of the breach. Syl reached him before I did, checking his throat with her own hands for a cut that had not actually happened, refusing to fully believe he was unharmed until she had confirmed it herself against her own fingers. "I am fine," he told her gently, and let her finish checking anyway, understanding, I think, that her need to verify it mattered more in that moment than any words either of them could have offered. Vantor was taken alive rather than executed on the spot, which I understood, even in the heat of the moment, mattered more than any personal satisfaction his death might have offered me. One of his own soldiers, the youngest of the group, asked quietly whether he would be punished for having followed Vantor this far at all. I told him that following a bad order out of loyalty was not the same crime as giving it, and that I intended to say so to Marrow's investigators directly on his behalf. He thanked me in a voice still unsteady from the fight, and I understood, watching him, that mercy extended in the heat of a breach mattered more to a frightened young soldier than any speech about boundaries ever could. Bracken arrived within the hour, and Lady Marrow's own investigators, already en route once word of the exceeded mandate reached her office, arrived not long after. Ashgal came too, riding hard from Grafenhold the moment his own scouts relayed word of the breach, arriving too late to fight, but in time to stand beside Bracken as the custody arrangements were made, a visible statement that this alliance answered a threat to either Warren as its own. I did not ask him to come, he told me when I thanked him for it. An ally who only shows up when it costs nothing is not an ally worth the name. I intend to keep showing up regardless of the hour. I took custody of Vantor jointly, rather than leaving his fate to either Warren's authority alone or to whatever private reckoning I might have wanted for myself. That joint custody was, I understood clearly, even as it happened, the whole of the final dilemma answered in a single physical act. I could have used this moment to seize total personal leverage over a broken expedition, to become the one man both Cordell and the Alliance now had to answer to. I chose instead to hand the resolution to the institutions this whole fight had built, rather than to my own hands, Bracken's authority, Marrow's investigators, the Alliance's shared council. The same secrecy and personal control that had once protected me could just as easily remake me into another Vantor if I let it, and I was not willing to pay that price for one moment of satisfaction. I said as much out loud, to Sorrel, to Bracken, to whoever was close enough to hear it in the aftermath of the breach. I did not build any of this to end up the only man left standing over it, I said. If it only works because of me personally, it was never actually built to last. Nobody argued with me, though Sorrel's hand found mine briefly in a way that told me she had been waiting to hear me say that for longer than I had realized. Drell, standing at the edge of that gathering, added his own account for the record before Marrow's investigators asked for it, describing plainly what he had witnessed of Vantor's exceeded orders and his own refusal, a testimony that would carry weight precisely because it came from inside Vantor's own command. I am not doing this for either of your Warrens, he told me afterward when I thanked him. I am doing it because a man who orders a hostage taken over a recipe has already answered every question I had left about whether he deserved my obedience. Word reached the Alliance within the day that Cordell's court, informed in full of the exceeded mandate and the hostage taking both, had formally recalled the expedition and opened a tribunal against Vantor personally. the same court that had granted him command now moving to strip it entirely. Word of the recall reached Vantor's remaining camp before it reached us, we learned later, and the officers who had questioned his order after the failed night assault were the ones who accepted the tribunal's authority fastest, several of them volunteering testimony before anyone formally asked for it. Drell's own name featured prominently in that testimony, cited by soldiers who had watched him refuse an order rather than a man who had simply disappeared under suspicious circumstances, which meant his standing with Cordell's court, whatever remained of his career, would not rest on rumor alone. The siege ended not with a final battle, but with an institution correcting itself, slowly and imperfectly, the way institutions always do. I understood that correction would never have arrived at all, without every piece of evidence this Warren had gathered against him since a market square first taught me his name. I found Corbin later that evening, steadier now, tending the same drainage cut Vantor's men had used to breach our line in the first place, and asked whether he needed anything I could actually give him. Only that you keep building things worth defending, he told me. That is worth more to me than any apology, and I intend to keep digging for it as long as this Warren needs the work done. He asked, before I left him to his work, whether I intended to tell this account the way it actually happened or the way it would sound better retold, meaning whether I would admit how close his own life had come to being the price of my refusal. Tell it exactly as it happened, I told him, including how close I came to losing you to my own arithmetic. People should know what this cost, not only what it bought. What peace would actually look like now that the threat had resolved itself through institutions rather than personal force, I could not yet have described. Only that whatever came next belonged to all of us together, and not to one man's knowledge or one man's name. Lady Marrow herself came to the Joint Council within the month, speaking now for what she called Cordell's more pragmatic faction, and proposed something none of us had quite dared to name out loud yet. Formal recognition, she said, not as a conquered territory, and not as an unregulated threat sitting on the border waiting to be dealt with eventually. A buffer federation, sovereign in its own governance, answerable to Cordell only on matters of open war. Bracken and Ashgall sat with that proposal together, the two of them now as natural a pairing at council as Bracken and I had once seemed impossible to imagine, and neither rushed to answer before the assembled councils had their full say. The harder question, the one that actually consumed the council's attention for the better part of 2 full days, was not whether to accept Marrow's offer, but what to do with the recipe itself now that the war it had won was finally over. I sat through both days mostly listening rather than arguing, which surprised more than a few council members who remembered the man who had once overruled Bracken's outreach plan over a bed expansion he thought mattered more. That silence was deliberate on my part. I had learned, at real cost, exactly what happened when I decided a political question was mine to settle alone, and I intended to let this one be settled by everyone it actually belonged to instead. Whistlewood, vindicated now in ways that cost him nothing to admit, and credited by name in front of both Warrens, argued the case I half expected and half dreaded hearing, stated so plainly. Bind it to the Federation's shared council, he said, not to one man, however much that man has earned this Warren's trust 100 times over. Power that answers to no one but its own good intentions eventually stops needing to earn trust at all, and I have watched that happen to better men than either of us. Risas, Wei Fly. I stood in that council and said the thing I had been carrying since long before Vantor ever cornered me with a blade at Corbin's throat. Batio Ihens, nice Jewel Saxons in coins, light Statsen sens de la Sirens. I shall not become a second Vantor, I told the full ring. Both Warrens gathered close enough to hear every word of it. A man who holds a kingdom's fear as leverage, however good his intentions started out being. I am formally binding the recipe's stewardship to this Federation's council, not to myself, effective from this same hour, I told them, and meant every word of it completely. Bracken tapped her claw twice against the tally stick. The old signal I had learned meant a decision had already settled into place behind her flat, careful face. That is the only answer I would have fully trusted from you, she said, And I understood, hearing it, that this was the proof she had asked me to show her back when my own blind spot had first cost this warren so dearly. Drell, present at that council as a free man rather than a prisoner, having been formally cleared by Cordell's own tribunal weeks earlier, added a voice none of us had expected to hear at all. I have served under men who held power the way you are refusing to, he said. I know exactly how that road ends. I would rather stand guard for a federation than a king, if you are asking my opinion as a soldier who has seen both up close. Ashgal spoke next, gruff as always, admitting that he had expected me to argue harder for keeping personal control, and that watching me argue instead for giving it up had done more to settle his own council's remaining doubts than any treaty language could have managed alone. A man who gives up power freely is rarer than any weapon you have shown me, he said. I will trust this federation considerably more, knowing you built it to survive without you specifically holding the reins. Old Fen arrived that same week, escorted the last stretch by Ren's ship exactly as he had once promised, walking with his stick but walking under his own power, freed completely now rather than merely released on paper. Syl saw him first, and she did not go still, and calculating the way danger usually made her, she simply ran the full length of the council ring, and he caught her with the one arm that still worked properly, just as he had once caught her grief in a Soul's Cross hearing room months before. I reached them a moment later, and he looked me over, the way he used to look over a finished trench, checking the work rather than the worker. You look like a man who finally stopped running, he said, and I told him that was probably the truest thing anyone had said about me since Sorrel first called me a muck witch with an arrow still pointed at my throat. The permanent cost this whole debt had carried since a market square first taught me what Vantor was capable of finally closed that afternoon. His leg never again what it once was, but reunited in person in front of the full council that owed him more than it could ever fully repay. Bracken had a seat brought forward for him at the council ring itself, front and center rather than tucked to one side, and formally credited him by name as the man whose testimony had done more to end this war than any cannon Halvard ever cast. Old Fen accepted the honor the same way he had always accepted everything, plainly, without fuss, though I caught him wiping at his eyes once when he thought nobody was watching closely enough to notice. Syl was given her own standing role that same week, liaison and record keeper of the new Federation's citizen ledger, built at her own insistence from the same stolen stub she had grabbed off Vantor's table the day of my exile. That page started as a grudge token, she told the council, holding it up for everyone to see. It is going to be the first page of something that actually protects people instead of trading them, and I intend to keep it that way personally. Kest and Padrig were named together to the Federation's new Standing Defense Corps, a direct line drawn from the fevered boy I had once knelt beside on my first night in this warren, to the steady young commander who had once talked himself through his own worst fear under real fire. Padrig accepted the honor with the same serious formality he brought to everything, and Kest, standing beside him, told the council plainly that he considered training this boy his proudest accomplishment since the day he had first stopped freezing. Reka, the Grafenhold hunter who had fought beside Kest in the joint trial, was named to that same corps in the same breath, the first formal sign that the defense force now belonged to the Federation, rather than to either warren separately. Hala stood at the edge of that same ceremony, watching the grandson she had once sworn would never touch a weapon except a formal defense post in front of two federated warrens, and she did not try to hide what that sight cost, and gave her both at once. I asked her, gently, whether she regretted how far he had come. She told me she regretted nothing, except how many years she had spent afraid of exactly the kind of strength that had ended up keeping him and everyone else she loved alive. Doc Yarrow, present for the ceremony as the Corps' newly named physician of record, added his own account beside Hala's, confirming that Padrig's training had been supervised properly at every stage, and that the boy's judgment under pressure already exceeded soldiers twice his age. I Tsanai does not certify that lightly, he said, to the gathered councils. I have refused that certification to grown men wearing crown uniforms. This one earned it honestly, one careful drill at a time. Sorrel and I found our own resolution the same season, quiet and plainly stated rather than staged for anyone's benefit. the same way both of us had always handled everything that actually mattered between us. I am not interested in a version of this that gets announced with ceremony, she told me, one evening at the pit line, where all of this had first started. I am interested in a version where you keep digging beside me every single day, the way you already have been. That is the only version I know how to offer, I told her, and she said that was finally more than enough. And neither of us needed to say anything more dramatic than that to close the distance we had been closing since the night she pulled me back from a steam fissure in the cinder vents. Old Fen, informed of the same arrangement over dinner that same week, laughed for the first time since his own arrival, a real laugh that seemed to cost his crippled body less than either of us expected it to. Aslay isin anday jadins, I have been inside this warren all of 4 days, he said, and I saw it the first evening I watched the two of you work side by side at that council ring. Some things are obvious to everyone except the two people actually living them. Sil, informed of the arrangement secondhand, rather than by either of us directly, told us both flatly that we had taken embarrassingly long to say something everyone else in this warren had already understood for months. She was not wrong, and neither Sorrel nor I bothered arguing the point, which felt like its own small victory after a year spent arguing about nearly everything else that actually mattered. The Federation formally opened its asylum the same day the charter was signed, welcoming exiles of both peoples, human and denfolk alike, closing the exact loop that had once left Sil and me walking north with 2 silver marks and nowhere that would take us. Nobody asked what filth work these new arrivals had once been forced into, and nobody would, not anymore, not under a charter that measured a person's worth in what they built rather than what they had been born or bonded into doing. 2 families arrived within the charter's first week alone, one denfolk clan fleeing a collapsed warren further north, one human family exiled from a Cordal township over a debt not unlike the one Halvard himself had once carried. Bracken greeted each of them personally at the boundary marker, the same marker Sil and I had once crossed with nothing but 2 silver marks and a stolen ledger stub, and I watched her welcome them with the same plain dignity she had once extended to 2 filthy, exhausted strangers she owed nothing at all. Halvard stood at that same marker when the human family crossed it, recognizing something of his own arrival in the man's exhausted face, and offered him forge work before the family had even finished the paperwork Sil's new ledger required of them. Ice in no I hakofuram. Know exactly what it costs to walk in with nothing, he told me. I intend to make sure the next man through that gate has an easier road than I did. The burned shed had been rebuilt twice over by then. Grafen holds water and food stores, folded into the same count as our own under the charter, and the new arrivals coming slow enough that the infrastructure absorbed them instead of buckling under it. The ledger measured every bit of that and moved. The final clean score was read aloud at the founding council. 89 out of 100, Tier S 760, living under the charter, against the 241 Bracken, had counted the season I arrived. Whistlewood stood beside her for that final reading, credited by name at his own insistence, not for any single victory, but for 11 years of caution that had kept this warren from moving faster than its own foundations could bear. Spec was wrong about the ending, he told the gathered councils. I was never wrong to ask the question. I would rather a Federation remember me for asking it honestly than for guessing right by accident. She had read it in her old capacity as sole elder for the last time, because the charter would distribute that authority within the hour across a shared council built to outlast any single voice among us, hers included. The charter needed a name written against the stewardship seat, and Bracken asked me plainly what I wanted put there. Sorrel answered before I could, offering Muck Witch to the clerk with an entirely straight face, and it was Hala who corrected her. This warren stopped calling him that a year ago, Hala said. Muck King, and half that ring said it back at her before I could raise a single objection to any of it. A title I had never once asked for going onto a charter in a clerk's careful hand. I signed under it last, after Bracken, after Ashgal, after Whistlewood and Sorrel, and every named voice this alliance had built, and felt the ledger's old private number settle somewhere behind my ribs one final time, not gone, simply no longer mine alone to carry. The recipe remained guarded, not given away, not published for any kingdom to claim as its own, held instead in principle among a council that answered to the same charter protecting every exile who had ever walked north with nothing but silver marks and a stubborn refusal to be anyone's collateral again. Somewhere past our new federation's borders, Cordell's larger court now knew, fully and undeniably, that a Warren once dismissed as Warrenstink had built something no single army could simply seize or behead, and I understood that horizon remained open, unresolved, exactly as it should. I stood at the boundary marker one last time that evening, the same kind of stone that had once marked the edge of everything Syl and I had lost, leaving Sol's Cross, and found myself, for the first time in 2 lives, entirely unafraid of whatever waited past it.
Everything here came down to one plain fact. The people everyone taught to be ashamed of the ugliest work were the ones who actually knew how to build something that lasted. Not the Reeve with his sealed orders, not the court with its mandates. The drain diggers, the night workers, the ones nobody wanted standing too close at dinner. They built the water that kept a village alive, then the alliance that kept it free, then the charter that kept it fair. Dignity was never handed down from above here. It got dug, one trench at a time, by people who refused to stay disposable. That is the whole lesson worth keeping.